change batteries so if you can tell them. I mean, okay, I'll do it.
What is it? How long have we got? It's hot.
16.
Ages. Ages. There's not any shade to hide in today.
I hear.
Yeah, like on the. You're very shiny.
Shiny.
I'm going to be very shiny.
You're not shiny.
Am I not?
Yeah.
Sweaty.
Glowing.
You notice it under studio lights much.
Yeah.
Lord.
Don't want to keep drinking this, I'll be weeing. Sorry, I've got to go. Live TV.
It is on live TV.
Yeah. Where does the shot go to, by the way?
I will need to charge some point.
Yeah, I mean, I can always run back if you need me to.
Yeah, no, I'm fine for now, but if we, I think we'll have a break when the cluster is on, right? Yeah. So we can go. Scusa. Hello? Hello? Yeah, can't hear you very well. You're very low. Yeah. 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 Yeah, correct. Yeah, just change the battery of the camera and then sorry, can you put that part over? Can you put it in? Yeah, not really, but okay. Okay, no problem. Thanks. Thank you, bye-bye.
About what? It's gonna come running.
passare.
Vabbè.
Yeah. Yeah. I think they were just wondering
Comportate bene. Innanzitutto va a correre.
Yeah. 3 9 they're all going to Are you doing portraits? You're probably doing them in Lindsay and then all you'll talk about with me. So I don't stop and not carry that camera rather than stand here. Oh, quite hot. You're going to be here for a full day? Are you expecting like everything nice? Yeah, but like, I mean, when there's the big films, that'll be really good. But then also around the other side is really, really good as well. And when they arrive on the other side.
No, no, no. Hey, hey, hey.
Excuse me.
Your right, please. Senza la mano così.
Ok, dai. Dobbiamo andare. Grazie, ciao.
Alexander, guarda. Guys, please, standing up. Keep standing, please. Stand up, please. All together, stand up now. Stand up, please.
Hello, good morning and welcome to AP's live stream at Venice Film Festival. I'm Louise Dixon, International Entertainment Editor at AP.
And I'm Lindsay Barr, AP's film writer, and it is opening day of the 82nd
Day one.
Venice, yes, day one of the 82nd Venice Film Festival. And this festival is the first major festival of the fall film season, which often dictates the Oscar race, you know, conversations about what we're going to be seeing and hearing about for the next couple of months. There's many Hollywood stars planning on coming.
A
A
lot.
lot. I mean, George Clooney's already around town. Emma Stone just arrived. Dwayne Johnson, Julia Roberts, Idris Elba. Who are you looking forward to seeing?
Jacob Elordi.
Jacob
Come on,
Elordi.
let's not forget him.
Oscar Isaac.
We said Julia Roberts.
We said Julia Roberts.
I mean,
yeah.
Clooney's the one though, really, isn't he? He's been here so many times. He's
Yeah.
like part of the furniture almost.
Yeah.
I think it was 27 years ago that he first came for Out of Sight.
Out of Sight, yeah, and the legend has it that started his love affair of Italy. Later, he went on to buy his famous house in Lake Como. He's been back many, many times, and in fact, he was just in Venice last year at the festival, last year with Brad Pitt for the film Wolves.
Didn't do so well at that one,
Didn't
did
do
it?
so well, but we're really excited about this film this year. It's called Jay Kelly. It's a Noah Baumbach film, and George Clooney's playing sort of an aging movie star on a soul-searching journey through Europe with his manager Adam Sandler. And there's lots of big celebrities in there, and that premieres tomorrow at the festival.
Which would also be live on AP live stream. You can see that. You can catch that tomorrow.
Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about like what people can watch on the AP live stream, because there's a lot going on at all times at the festival. There's screenings, there's premieres, there's the glamorous arrivals on the docks.
There is. Just
Yeah.
behind us, so you can see the casino building that's just behind us now. The back of that is where all of the celebrities arrive every morning. So they kind of come into town, probably from Venice, because that's where all the fancy hotels are. And then they come in, they do a little pose on the Jessie, and then they head up to the press conferences upstairs. And then usually do a bit of press, hang around, and then in the afternoon, early evening, they end up on the red carpet and we see them in their full regalia.
Yes, yes. Yeah, some of my favorite photos of Venice's past are always at the docks too, just because it's so iconically Venice, you know, them stepping off, them in their glamorous outfits, and then they'll get even more decked out for the premieres too. But yeah, there's a lot of great photo opportunities, and on the live stream you can watch them all getting off and see if anybody rides in like Lady Gaga once did. I think she was on the top of her private water taxi when she was here for A Star Is Born.
And that actually her as well, that evening she did the red carpet and she wore that big feathery, do you remember I think it was a Valentino dress and it was all feathered, it was huge.
Yeah.
She knows how to make a mark, doesn't she?
Yeah. Well, no voluminous dress rule at the Venice Film Festival, right? Louise has the privilege of doing the Cannes Film Festival and Venice. Can you tell us what the difference between these festivals are?
I mean, there's a different vibe to start with. I mean, Cannes is, it's casinos, it's nightclubs, it's yachts, it's kind of, parties on the beach. The whole beachfront turns into this whole like sort of big festival, fun occasion. So just off the mark, it's kind of different. Venice is a bit more chilled. We're on a small island. We're actually not in Venice. You may not know this. So we're on the Lido, which is a sort of small island. It's about 10 to 15 minutes on a boat from the mainland. So it's very small. It's a beach, really. The beach goes across the full length of the island. So a lot of so in normal times, it's very quiet. Obviously now it's getting a bit busier. So it's kind of a smaller area. But in terms of like the carpets and stuff, it's very different as well. It's very strict at Cannes. Okay. So they have to, adhere to very strict rules with the black tie. It's a little bit more relaxed here, so you can kind of play a bit more with the outfits. And the thing that is the same is they both festivals. They neither of them stop on the carpet. So the stars, they'll turn up and they do their posing and they go in. They don't talk to us journalists there, so it kind of makes for a nice picture. Yes. You don't get the sound bites.
But it's still exciting. I mean, the pictures are iconic. I'm sort of thinking back to the Timothée Chalamet year when he wore that strapless, or not strapless. It was a halter top, a red halter top, backless jumpsuit. I think it was a Hader Ackerman. And so it was a moment. It really was a moment. So many great moments on the red carpet.
I'm not sure many people can pull off that look.
He definitely did. Yeah.
As we've said, like sort of those young people that come in, the sort of younger stars. We had Jenna Orta last year. We had who did we have the year before? We've had like lots of these kind of youngers, and this year it's definitely going to be Jacob Elordi's turn.
Yes. The Harry Styles year was especially iconic for a number of reasons. He was in the movie Don't Worry, Darling. That was here. There was a lot of intrigue about the behind-the-scenes drama of that film, and then of course at the premiere, somebody filmed Harry Styles sitting down next to Chris Pine, and it became like a source of national intrigue as to whether or not Harry Styles spit on Chris Pine's lap. So yeah.
And I think on the red carpet, there was also talk of that he didn't stand next to the director, and there was this whole, there was a lot. People really analyse these things, don't they?
They really do.
What's going on behind the scenes?
So yes, watch out for these moments on the live stream. Yeah, maybe you'll see Jessica Chastain and Oscar Isaac. You were talking about.
Oh yes, there was that year, which I think you'll probably remember the memes afterwards. There were like slow-mo memes of Jessica Chastain having her arm stroked delicately by Oscar Isaac, which everyone, they were very good friends, and I think they joked about it afterwards, but everyone saw this moment as a thing at the time, didn't they? It was very much talked about.
Well, let's talk about some of the big films premiering this year, because it's a really, really loaded slate. I mean, the Cannes Film Festival earlier this year was very, very strong, probably going to be a lot of Oscar contenders out of that, but this year at Venice, I mean, it's big name directors, Luca Guadagnino, Catherine Bigelow, as
Yorgos
we already
Lanthimos,
mentioned,
my favorite.
Yorgos Lanthimos. Yeah, tell me a little about Begonia. What do you know about it?
I don't know yet. I haven't seen it. Yeah. I'm excited. I'm very excited to watch it. And it's Emma Stone again, obviously. Yeah. He's teaming up, and he's been to Venice a few times. He was here with Poor Things. He was here with The Favourite. So he likes coming to Venice. Yeah. And I'm very, very excited to see that one. Probably my favourite upcoming one, I think.
Yeah, Poor Things launched just 2 years ago, I believe, at Venice. They won the Golden Lion Prize, which is the big, the jury decides on the award by the end of the festival. This year there are 21 films competing for this Golden Lion Prize, and oftentimes those films go on to be nominated for Oscars and win Oscars, and of course Emma Stone won the Best Actress Oscar that year too, so I think Venice might be their lucky charm. But yes, Begonia is supposed to be a sort of a sci-fi dark satire about Jesse Plemons is in it. He plays a conspiracy-minded fellow who kidnaps Emma Stone's CEO of a pharmaceutical group. So we have not seen it. We have not seen many
and if
of
we
these
had, we
films.
couldn't talk about it.
And we couldn't talk about it. Yeah. Can you explain how the day works and why we can't talk about it?
Also, so the beginning of the day is generally the press screening, so they'll be early. We have to get up early. We go and watch the screening first thing, but it's embargoed, so you can't talk about it. You just have to. We can talk about it, but we can't talk openly about it. And then they do their press conference, they do their premiere, and then when the premiere ends in the evening, that's when the reviews are allowed to be out. So that's when we can talk about it. Yeah. So it's kind of, we have a bit of a head start so that you can get going, because you need to write your story.
Sure, yeah, it gives the critics time to write their reviews in between the morning press screening. It's still a quick turnaround, but also if you tune into the press conferences, you might be able to hear some indication of how people feel about the movie, because a lot of the journalists asking questions will say, flattering things. So you can get a little hint as to whether or not it's done well. But Venice, you never really know what to expect. The films are always very strong. There is a certain level of quality always expected, but you never know how they're going to be received. I mean, one of the most surprising years was perhaps when Joker walked away
Yes.
with the Golden Lion Prize. I mean, people were shocked,
Yeah.
like legitimately, that this big Hollywood sort of comic booky adjacent film won the Golden Lion. But it was decided upon by a jury of international filmmakers, and they brought the sequel to Venice last year, and that had a bit. It was also playing in competition, and it had a bit of a less joyous reception.
I feel like we sometimes discuss, like, depending on who the head of the jury is each year, you sort of think, what film's he going to like this year? What do we think he's going to go for?
Yeah.
Or she.
Or she.
And this year it's actually Alexander Payne is head of the jury, isn't he?
Yes,
So,
yes.
American director,
Yes.
known for lots of things. Sideways.
Sideways,
Descendants.
Nebraska, The Holdovers. Yes, yeah. Maybe he'll have a little Clooney reunion here too.
Oh yes, for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
I didn't think about that. He must do. And then there's sort of the whole list. The juries, you know, it's a lot of it's directors, it's actors, very international. There's lots of names from all over. I think the one that sticks out for me is Fernanda Torres, because I love her.
Yes.
So that's the Brazilian actress. She was here last year as starring in a movie, I'm Still Here, which actually went on to win Best International Film at the Oscars.
Yeah, and she was nominated.
She was nominated.
Yeah.
She was nominated too. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I love her. That film was great. That was a
Yeah.
good moment last year, I think. And now she's back on the jury deciding who wins this year.
Yeah, it's a good lineup of the jury, and again, unlike Cannes, I feel like that those juries are always very front and center on all of the red carpets. Here, they'll come out today, there'll be a press conference with them, they'll answer some questions, and then there'll be a press conference sort of at the end of the festival after they give the awards, and people can ask them why they chose what they chose, but they're a little bit more behind the scenes here. So sometimes they're in the press screenings, sometimes they're at the world premieres, but they watch the 21 films competing for the main competition, and there are other juries for other sections of the festival as well, but most of the spotlight is going to be on the Golden Lion winner and all of the people who win, you know, Best Actress, Best Actor, because again, oftentimes they factor into the Oscar race, and this is a great way for lots of companies to launch their Oscar campaigns over the next couple months.
And you can watch that very jury press conference later today on this live stream. We'll have that live.
Yes.
So that will be this year's jury talking about, we don't know yet actually, haven't
Yeah,
talked yet.
we don't know
Whatever we press decide to ask them, so
Yeah.
definitely tune into that.
So what is happening today? Can you...
Okay, so the first thing you're going to see after we leave is the arrivals for the jury. So they'll arrive at the back here, we hope. They sometimes come by car if they decide they don't want to get in the boat, but we hope they'll arrive by boat like they usually do. And they'll do a photo call on the back on the jetty. Then they'll go up and do the press conference, which we will have running live. And then it moves on to the opening film, which we haven't mentioned yet. So La
Right.
Grazia is
Yeah.
the opening film this year, which is Paolo Sorrentino, Italian director.
Yes.
Teamed back up with Tony Servillo, who he's worked with many times.
Yeah.
I think his first film here was with Tony Servillo, which was over 20 years ago.
Wow.
So he's been a regular at Venice as well. And we've both seen that film, but as we've said, we can't say too much about it.
I can tell you what the festival director has said about it, and
Yes.
he said that he thinks it's a very surprising departure in tone for Paolo Sorrentino, and that they were all very surprised that it's a great opening film, you know, one of the most revered working Italian filmmakers today. So yes, it makes sense for that to be programmed in the opening spot.
Yeah.
But perhaps we should run down a little bit about how the
What's
flow
when?
of the week, what's coming, you know, because every day, I mean, for the next 7, you know, the festival is 10 days long, but every day there are going to be new big stars coming, new major films premiering.
And it's mainly kind of like, there's usually like one big film a day that I'd say that's like the top dog.
Yeah.
And then you have, you know, a few other also very good films and big stars, but there's sort of a main one each day. So we know tomorrow is Begonia, so it's the Yorgos Lanthimos, and it's also Jake Kelly.
That is.
I'm going to have to refer to the rest of the week because I still don't remember each day.
And Jake Kelly, again, is the Noah Baumbach movie with George Clooney and Adam Sandler, Laura Dern, lots of people. I love that movie was actually Noah Baumbach co-wrote it with Emily Mortimer, the actress, who I guess was most recently in Paddington in Peru.
I can now seriously tell you what's the rest of the week.
I know. Let's go down each
So
day.
we've got Fridays
Yeah.
After the Hunt, which is Julia Roberts and her very first appearance in Venice, right?
Yes, it's amazing that Julia Roberts has never been at the Venice Film Festival, but hopefully she and Clooney are getting together too, because right, they're friends. But yes, so Julia Roberts is starring in a Luca Guadagnino film. This film is actually not going to be in competition, and that was sort of a request. They said it was strong enough to be in competition, but that was a request of the studio and the filmmakers. For whatever reason,
Interesting.
But this is a sort of Me Too themed psychodrama about a revered sort of college professor and her mentee, who's played by the Bears' Ayo Edebiri, who accuses Julia Roberts' colleague Andrew Garfield of crossing the line. And you know, I think I love the tagline for that film. That's not everything's supposed to make you feel comfortable. So yeah.
So it's another one. Again, we can catch it on the AP live stream. We'll have all of that. We'll have the press conference and we'll have the red carpet for that one.
Yeah,
and
some of these casts are huge
Yeah,
too.
really
I
big.
mean, I wonder if they'll all be coming in the same boat or if they have to sort of
they
like
usually
divide
do
up.
numerous ones. I feel
Yeah.
like each star needs to have their moment, so they kind of arrive separately often, don't they?
That's true. That's
Or,
true.
or I don't know. Yeah, you're right. Sometimes they agree.
Yeah. On Saturday, one of my most anticipated films is Frankenstein, which
Yes.
is Guillermo del Toro's sort of like lifetime dream of adapting the Mary Shelley novel, and that stars Oscar Isaac as Victor Frankenstein and Jacob Elordi as the monster.
And
Yeah.
then Sunday's Wizard of the Kremlin, which I'm excited about. Now that is Jude Law in a role we may not expect to see him in, isn't it?
Yes. Vladimir Putin. it is a fictionalized story, I believe, right?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Yeah, but still kind of odd. I feel like Jude Law's picking some really quite interesting roles these days. He's like really moved into, they're very varied. I mean, I loved him in The Order.
Yeah.
I really liked him in Firebrand too as Henry VIII. So
Yeah.
he's kind of done some quite different, really characterful roles. So I'm very
Yes.
excited to see how he's going to play Putin.
He's fully in his character actor phase and obviously enjoying it. Yeah, he's gotten past the sort of talented Mr. Ripley Golden God era. Yeah.
I do wonder what that press conference will be interesting, I think. I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions.
Yeah.
I'm quite excited to see what people have got to say about that one.
Yeah.
That's a biggie.
That is a biggie.
That's a biggie.
Yeah, and they continue, you know, sometimes like the first weekend, they load in all the premieres and then it sort of tapers off, but it just keeps going. I mean, Monday is The Smashing Machine, and that is a Benny Safdie film. It's an A24 film, and Dwayne Johnson stars as MMA fighter Mark Kerr. He stars opposite Emily Blunt, is playing his wife, and you know, people are sort of talking about, could this be Dwayne Johnson's Oscar, you know, role? Could he get a nomination? And again, we haven't seen it, but the festival director Alberto Barbara said that he could definitely see Dwayne Johnson in the conversation.
And then Tuesday's probably the last of the really big hitters, and that's House of Dynamite, which I know you're excited to see as well, aren't you?
Yes, so that is a Catherine Bigelow film, and
I'm excited too.
we don't know much about it, but it's about some sort of impending missile crisis on the U.S. and sort of what's happening inside the White House as this is happening. And Idris Elba is in it. I mean, Catherine Bigelow hasn't had a film, you know, since 2017's Detroit, so it's a big anticipated sort of comeback for her. And one thing that is notable is that House of Dynamite is one of 3 Netflix films premiering at the festival.
Yeah.
Unlike Cannes, which does not premiere, they don't host Netflix films because of the streaming component. Venice has always been very welcoming towards Netflix films, and you know, Netflix has not won their Best Picture Oscar. They really want to, so they have 3 films in competition this year. So it's A House of Dynamite, Frankenstein, and Jay Kelly. So it could be a pretty fierce competition just from like Netflix alone.
Yeah,
for
definitely.
You know, if any of these break out and could win the Golden Lion or actor or actress prizes.
Now, something I have to mention, it's a bit geeky,
Yeah.
but the films are very long this year.
Yes.
I actually did a bit of math, and the average length in competition this year is 123 minutes.
Wow.
So that's like over 2 hours.
Yeah.
What do we think about this? How long is your perfect film length?
Oh, I wouldn't dare limit a filmmaker. But I think for the festival it can become a bit of a headache just in terms of programming all of them, you know, within the allotted time, scheduling in the press conferences, making sure everybody can see them without having to do a 24 hours of movie run, right?
Yeah.
So
I mean, Wizard of the Kremlin is 156 minutes.
Yes.
And I think Frankenstein's 149 minutes. So
Yeah.
they're some long, and I don't think there's an interval because last year we had interval.
Yes, last year The Brutalist was here and everybody talked about how long it was, and of course they famously had the intermission. Of course that film also went on to win Adrian Brody as Best Actor Oscar, and actually Brady Corbett is back this year co-writing a film with his partner Mona Fastvold. It's called The Testament of Anne Lee. It's about the Shakers. It's sort of a musical starring Amanda Seyfried. And it will also be on 70mm, just like The Brutalist, but they have noted that it's quite a bit shorter. I think it runs at 130 minutes.
And I think when they're on streamers, it doesn't matter. You can 2.5 hours is fine, isn't it? Because you can stop, you can come back, you can watch it the next night even.
Yeah.
But films are definitely getting longer here, and it's hard for us because we have to sometimes watch them 7 hours in a morning or something.
Barbera says he thinks it's the influence of series and just limited series being so popular, and perhaps film. But I don't know. Films have always been long, and we all deal with it. It's just when they're in a contained atmosphere like a festival, I think you really start to notice when everything is dragging on 2.5 hours. So.
And let's just remind everyone of what's coming up today, just in case new people have joined us. So today we've got coming up straight after this, we've got the jury's arrival, so they'll be arriving at the back of the casino behind me on boats, hopefully.
Alexander Payne and Fernanda Torres.
Yes.
Fernanda Torres, huge fan base.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they'll be arriving, they'll go into their press conference and we'll have that live so you can watch what they've got to say. And then following that later on, we'll have the actual opening film. So we'll have the arrival of them. So Paolo Sorrentino and Tony Sevilla will be hopefully again on this dock, arriving, looking beautiful. Yeah. And then they will go in and also do a press conference. So we've got 2 press conferences coming up. And then we'll be back later too, won't we?
Yes.
I hope you can join me.
Yes, I'd love to.
So at 15:45 G, so that's 5:45 for us, locals. And we'll be back on to talk a little bit more ahead of the red carpet this evening, which I think will be a good moment. Yeah. And I'm hearing that the jury has just arrived, which is great. So they're already in. They're in-house.
Wonderful.
They're here. They're set. They're ready. So that's good. Yeah. And then coming up to remind everyone for tomorrow.
Tomorrow, Jay Kelly, which is the George Clooney film, Adam Sandler, lots of big stars, and Begonia, which is Emma Stone and Jesse Plemons. It's the Yorgo Lanthimos film. So we're going to be wanting to tune in and see both what everybody's wearing and sort of what the receptions to the films are.
Yeah, and what do you tend to do? Like, so after you watch the morning screening, do you then go immediately to the press? There's a press room also in the building behind. I'm wondering, do you go there and how's your day look?
Yeah, sometimes you have to stop and grab food too. These are long days at the festival. But yes. Then I go up to the jury room. But yeah.
And we'll be doing many interviews as well across the week.
Yes.
Talking to lots of people.
Yes, there's lots of big moments. I mean, Kim Novak is here being honored with the Golden Lion Award, and she is
so much to talk
star.
about. You'll have to come back later, so we've got a lot more to say. Yeah. But for now, I think we're going to end here.
Great.
No, sono ancora a giocare conferenze. Vediamo di lì, andiamo a Campania a vedere se
Segni qua,
Fabrizio.
Cioè, da un lato però lo prendi apposta per non è che si fa il servizio. Era la soluzione obbligatoria. Ma mi dispiace che si vede che è una è che non riesco a riprodurlo perché era una... Vabbè. Nascondere. Ti verrò ospite del posto, come dire. Dai, diciamo che nella
Ciao, ciao, ciao.
Wir würden den abholen, beziehungsweise ich würde mit Alessandro und wo wir jetzt schon alles aufgebaut haben. Wäre ja so eine Idee.
Sì, me ne vado. No,
Grazie. Ciao Barbara.
بس يمكن الوقت اللي قدرنا نرجع لنا بس يمكن بكره الوقت ممكن نروح بعد. Important. I wish I can. I wish.
Che mi passano?
Sì.
Beck. Moi j'ai pas le choix. Mais nous, c'est ceux qui nous laissaient, c'est cool. Ils nous laissaient en polo. Sta segnando.
Il montagne le pratique d'art.
Allez, à tout à l'heure. Bon courage. Ciao. Ciao.
Albietta Ferrietti. Gli Alberti a Ferrietti. Ciao. Bene, te? Tuo nipote. Bello.
Sì, ho capito, tu sei un uomo che porta.
No, io
c'è una visione ottimista.
No,
lo so.
molto.
Il domo va.
Con una bombola, una mini bombola che qua.
Un padre himalayano. Un capo. C'è anche il canotto quello che tiri. Quelli che fatto male?
Sì,
Fatto male abbastanza, no perché ne ho messo uno di ottobre.
Io mi metto qua, credo che...
Thank you very much. Thank you. See you in a bit.
Aspetta, ci vediamo dopo.
Guarda che a sinistra. Via, via, guarda, via, un bacio, mandaci un bacio. Mandaci un bacio, via. Yeah, just here. fiori tutti e due. Zio, zio, zio. Ragazzi a sinistra, guardate a sinistra Marco! Guarda di qua! Bene vicino, ragazzi! Anche qua a sinistra, a sinistra! Marco, guarda qui! Bella, appoggia la mano, ragazzi, qua a sinistra e qua. Grazie. Buon lavoro. Mara. Serve il posto là. La botte piccola di picce. Buon lavoro a tutti. Grazie ragazzi, grazie.
Non mi sono rispettare i piedi, io ho messo per mezzo di vicino.
Questa è una serie. Yeah, it makes sense. Thank you for having that whole
Giudo, sta crescendo l'acqua, che non mi crede. Sempre di più. Problema di Venezia. Più bello mi detto. No, però non ti cambio il isolante. Non è duro, non è duro. Il nostro mondo. Bene. TVC? Hi, how are you? Grazie mille. Arrivederci. Ciao,
Buongiorno a tutti e benvenute e benvenuti alla conferenza stampa di apertura. Tanto un dato positivo per quanto riguarda le vendite dei biglietti, sono 53.000 a oggi con un delta positivo quindi dell'11% rispetto al 2024. Come ufficio stampa a disposizione di facilitare il vostro lavoro. Do la parola al direttore della mostra Alberto Barbera che presenterà le giurie e poi le domande. Grazie.
Buongiorno a tutti, benvenuti. Siamo a questo rituale di apertura della mostra, come ogni anno. Vi presento velocemente le giurie. Non ho molto altro da aggiungere in realtà a quanto è stato detto in questi giorni. Allora, cominciamo dalla giuria di Venezia Classici, che è quella che giudicherà i 18 film in concorso e i 9 documentari sul cinema. È presieduta da un regista che è stato alla settimana della critica 2 anni fa, se non sbaglio, con Tommaso, correggimi se ho detto una sciocchezza. Si chiama Tommaso Santaprogio ed è lui che guiderà la giuria di studenti laureandi di storia e critica del cinema delle varie università italiane che seguiranno interamente la mostra. La giuria di Venice Immersive non è ancora arrivata, arriverà tra domenica e lunedì mattina, quindi inutile che ne parliamo adesso. La giuria invece che attribuirà il premio per la miglior opera prima, che come sapete è un premio attribuito alle opere prime delle diverse sezioni della mostra, quindi non soltanto la selezione ufficiale ma anche le giornate degli autori e la settimana della critica.
So from the Critics Week and the Giornata degli Autori, chaired by Charlotte Wells.
Qui seduta alla mia destra. Affiancata da Erige Seiri, che è seduta invece, eccola, e dal nostro Silvio Soldini.
Working alongside her.
La giuria di Orizzonti è composta da 5
The jury of Orizzonti is made up of 5 people, chaired by Julie Ducournau, who sat here.
Da Yuri Ankarani, anche lui è stato in concorso a Orizzonti,
qui a
e ha vinto anche un premio con il suo
section
film.
en concours.
Yuri, alzati in piedi, quelli ti
Un
vedono.
prix, Yuri. Est-ce que tu peux lever s'il te plaît? Merci.
Fernando Juan Lima, che invece
Fernando Juan Lima, who is a
a lungo
critic.
presidente del Festival
He
Mar del Plata.
was the chairman of the Festival of Mar del Plata for several
Shannon
years. Shannon Murphy.
Shannon è stata in concorso
Shannon
a
was in the
Venezia
competition in
qualche anno
Venice
fa,
several years ago.
e poi Ramel Ross, autore di una bellissima opera prima che avremmo voluto in concorso
film
a
that we would have liked to see
l'anno scorso, ma che non siamo riusciti
in Venice last year, but we didn't get it. That
Però
happens from
abbiamo
time to
lui in
time.
persona quest'anno.
We have him in person this year.
Grazie Ramel.
Thank you, Ramel.
La giuria di Venezia 82,
The
che
jury
è
of
il
Venice
concorso
82,
internazionale,
the
come dire, principale,
competition, the
è
main
presieduta
competition, if
da
you like,
Alexander
chaired by
Payne.
Alexander Payne.
Stéphane Brisé, più volte in concorso a Venezia,
several times in competition here in
almeno
Venice.
2 se non 3 credo.
At least 2, 3, maybe.
Combien de temps tu étais en compétition à Venise? Deux fois, trois.
Many times were you here in Venice? 3 times.
Maura Del Pero.
Mauro Del Pero.
Gran premio della giuria l'anno scorso. Cristian
Jury's
Mungiu,
Grand Prix last year.
grandissimo
Mungiu,
rappresentante della New Wave
representative of the
rumena.
Romanian New Wave.
Mohammad
Mohammad
Rasulov,
Rasulov.
l'attrice Fernanda
The
Torres,
actress Fernanda Torres.
un ritorno graditissimo a
We are very
Venezia.
happy to have her
E
back in
poi
Venice.
Zhao Tao,
And then Zhao
la star di tutti i film di Jean Janque, più volte a Venezia anche lei.
Also
Allora, ringrazio
often
tutti per
here
aver
in
accettato l'invito,
for
è un
having
lavoro,
accepted
gliel'ho
our
detto, gliel'ho ricordato
invitation.
questa mattina, quindi sarà divertente ma
It's
sarà
hard
anche
work,
impegnativo.
it's fun, but it's
E
also hard
dovranno
work.
scegliere i film premiati e
You're here
assumendersi la
to award
responsabilità delle loro
the best
scelte.
films,
Auguro a
and they
tutti
will
buon
take
lavoro.
responsibility for their
Auguro a tutti
choices.
voi,
So
ovviamente una
good
buona mostra. Se ci sono
job,
domande,
good luck.
siamo
If there are any
felici di rispondere,
questions,
naturalmente.
we will be happy
Alzate
to
un
answer.
ditino,
Please
vi verrà
raise your
portato il
hands and you
microfono.
will get a microphone.
Se invece non ci sono
If
domande,
there aren't any
tutti
questions,
soddisfatti,
if everybody is
contenti,
satisfied with what we've just said,
liberiamo questa sala
we will all
Andiamo ai
move
prossimi
along
appuntamenti che ci
to the
attendono e oggi sono
next
tanti.
appointments, and we have
Allora,
really a lot
domande?
of stuff to do. So, questions?
Sì, ce ne ho due. Allora,
Two
una
questions,
sulla
one
destra
on the
qui
right,
e
one on the
una
left.
in fondo sulla sinistra.
Buongiorno, posso fare in italiano? Sì.
Sì, certo.
I'll go in Italian.
Rogoline di Repubblica, una domanda
For
per
Repubblica,
il
question
Payne.
for President Payne.
In italiano va bene?
I think so.
Ok. Allora, lei ha, come ha ricordato il direttore, un
As the
legame forte con Venezia,
recalled,
quindi
you have a strong
volevo
connection
chiederle
with
intanto
Venice.
qual
So
è
my question
il suo
is,
ricordo più
what
forte
is
qua
your
a
strongest
Venezia,
memory
con che
of
spirito
Venice,
affronta questa
and
responsabilità
with
di
what
cui si
spirits are you
parlava?
facing
E
the
poi in questi giorni si
responsibility
è
that was
parlato
mentioned?
molto
Over recent
del mondo
days,
in cui
a
questa
lot has been
mostra
said
sta
of the
vivendo,
world
no? Un
in
mondo
which this
difficile,
exhibition is
complicato,
being held. It's a
doloroso,
difficult
con varie
world,
guerre
a painful world with wars.
attanagliano. Quindi volevo chiederle se questo mondo esterno,
So this
secondo lei, in qualche modo
external
entrerà
world,
nella
will
sala
it
cinematografica
somehow
e
be
nelle nostre visioni.
inside the
If you
screenings,
prefer, I can tell
and,
you in English.
the,
So there are, my question has to be your relationship with Venice, that is strong, your feeling, your approach to this role of responsibility, and the fact that these first days here in Venice, we didn't avoid to think about what is happening in the world, Ukraine, Gaza, and also on. So I would like to ask you if you think that reality can somehow enter our views of what we are going to see on the screen. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the question. Hello, everyone. My relationship with Venice actually isn't very strong. I've had only one film play here. That was 8 years ago. It was opening night. It was a great honor, but I was here only 36 hours. It was a blur. I don't even remember many details. So this really is my first strong experience at the Venice Film Festival, and I'm super happy and honored to be here from the beginning to the end. And then you ask about how I approach this work or play, whatever you want to call it, this pleasure of watching films here. You know, people have asked me that question, and I'm sure of my fellow jury members, how do you feel about being a part of the Venice Film Festival jury? Well, it's a great honor. Well, it's a pleasure. It didn't become real until yesterday when I arrived by water taxi to my beautiful hotel. I dropped my bags. Soon I was seated next to Francis Coppola watching a restoration of a 1928 silent film, and I thought, I'm in heaven. And then I get to watch 22 films by incredible directors for the first time in a theater, not knowing anything about them, surrounded by jury members, all of whom I have the most immense respect for, and it's an honor to be with them. And this is heaven. The only hard part, of course, is deciding, and we'll figure it out somehow. You know, look, how do we feel about judgment in the arts? You know, but so be it, and we're celebrating cinema anyway. And then about how the outside world and all the noise, which we all experience every day, I think it's almost more a question for Alberto, because I think the beautiful part of being a festival director, you know, Alberto has seen over 1,000 films. And festival directors really have their fingers on the pulse, not just of cinema, but of culture and society and politics every year, from year to year, as expressed through cinema. So I think that question is a little bit more for the director than for me, although whether we are practicing art or looking at art, in any given time, the winds of culture are blowing through us. And so I can't say that how conscious we will be, but certainly on many unconscious levels, those things affect us.
L'altra domanda.
Hello everyone, Adam Plowright from AFP News Agency. This is a question for you, Alexander, again. Just bring you back to Gaza, which is a subject that's been discussed a great deal in the build-up to the festival. You'll have seen the open letter from Italian film professionals calling on the industry to take a stronger position, including the festival. And Cannes as well, we saw the president of the jury, Juliette Binoche, who signed an open letter. I was just wondering, could you give us your personal views on whether the industry does need to take a stronger stance, and what are your views?
Quite frankly, I feel a little bit unprepared for that question. I'm here to judge and talk about cinema. You know, my political views, I'm sure, are in agreement with many of yours, but as far as my relationship with the festival and what the industry does, and I have to think about that for a while to give you a measured response.
Altre domande? Sì.
Any more questions?
Sinistra, grazie.
Hi, Maria Guerra, Quinótico, Spain. Well, this is a question for the president, for Alexander Payne. You started like 30 years ago your career, and I mean, it's very simple. So what is the role of cinema today? Because there are so many lights on you, I mean on your industry, and what makes a movie relevant today? Because, I mean, I wonder whether your final decision, whether you think that the movie has to be relevant, has to be useful, political relevant too? Thank you.
What a great question. And the answer would be huge. What is the relevance of a movie today?
Don't ask me.
You know, I guess you could talk about it from the point of view of who sees movies and how. With the rise of streamers and people watching films by themselves on their computer. I do too. I watch a lot of movies at night, you know, on my stomach. But I much prefer to see them projected in the cathedral of cinema. And I lament that many great movies, both of artistic and political importance, don't become a larger part of the conversation, certainly a cinematic conversation, because of the means of distribution. I think that maybe I'm just an old guy. You say I've been doing this for 30 years, but as a film lover, it's typically films which have theatrical release, which become a part of a cinema conversation, of a cultural conversation, and then have some kind of impact. And then comes the question of impact of a film at any time in history. I don't know. You know, can a film really change society or a culture? I don't know. Doubtful. But at least, though, when we make films which are relevant to the times, we leave a document that someone was thinking about that. Did Lubitsch's film To Be or Not to Be, did Chaplin's Great Dictator prevent World War II or the Holocaust? No. But they are documents that people were aware of at the time, even before those things happened. We have those as documents, and as such, we can try to learn from them.
Great response. Altre domande?
Any other questions?
Sì? Ah, perfetto, in fondo, grazie.
Hello, Arnold Schnötzinger, Austrian Broadcasting Corporation. Alberto, can you tell us how are you going to deal, or the festival is going to deal with the initiative of Venice for Palestine? Are you in communication with them? What do you expect, and how do you manage?
Beh, abbiamo risposto, credo, in maniera estremamente chiara ed esplicita.
We have answered, I think, quite eloquently yesterday. I don't know how many of you took part in the pre-opening of the festival yesterday in Darsena. The President took the floor, and I think he was as explicit as he could. I think he stated the position of the Biennale vis-à-vis the tragedy which is happening not only in Palestine but mainly in Palestine. After him there was intervention by
Capovilla,
Don Nandino Capovilla,
Capovilla che a sua volta
who in turn made his own declaration, a strong declaration, in which he recalled,
l'ultimo documento delle Nazioni Unite
amongst others, the latest document on the issue of famine in Palestine. I think that there is no doubt in the interpretation. The position of La Biennale is that on the one hand we are the main cultural Italian institution, a place of great opening and debate that does not censor anybody. So we have been asked to turn down invitations to artists. We will not do that. If they want to be at the festival, they will be here. On the other hand, we have never hesitated
a chiedere, come dire, chiaramente, a dichiarare chiaramente la nostra enorme sofferenza di fronte a quello che sta succedendo a Gaza, in Palestina, di civili e soprattutto di bambini che sono vittime che si definiscono con un termine orrendo, vittime collaterali, danni collaterali delle guerre, a cui nessuno finora è riuscito a porre fine. Non credo che ci siano dubbi sulla posizione della Biennale rispetto
as regards the position of La Biennale on this.
Mi limito a dire questo perché non credo che sia necessario.
Will say I don't think it is necessary to add anything more on this.
Altre domande?
Any more questions?
Due qui ancora, grazie.
There are too many more questions here.
Uno in prima fila.
First row.
My question is for all the jury presidents. We're facing a huge competition with a lot of titles. I was wondering if there's anything in particular about your approach on judging the movies. Is there anything that you're looking for or that you're looking forward to see?
I think the best way to approach this is to not expect anything and to be completely fully open to any experience that might, come to us. That's not my first time in a jury member, and I must say that this is the best way for me to actually come back to the time where I was, like a child or a teenager, and just to not know what I'm going to watch and just being completely overwhelmed by a proposition and a vision of the world. So, no, I think the best way to me is not to expect anything.
There's an Orson Welles quote that I love, that ignorance is the ultimate authority, specifically as it relates to the early work of artists. And I think for me, also going in with as little as possible, open to every film in its own terms. That's how I would like people to watch my work. And I think there's something special about first-time filmmakers who don't have the kind of burden of pressure and expectation to take risks and be free. And often those films are personal and about identity, community, home, where and what that is. So I suppose that's all I'm ever looking for, is to be surprised.
Per quanto mi riguarda, forse il giudizio è lievemente differente per il fatto che io sono chiamato a giudicare, al di là dei documentari sul cinema, film restaurati, quindi opere d'arte e capolavori della storia del cinema. Quindi dal mio punto di vista penso sia bellissimo, e ringrazio Alberto, il Presidente, tutto il comitato di selezione per avere questa possibilità di dialogare con una giuria di giovani che sono chiamati a vedere per la prima volta
to watch for the very first time some pieces of art putting in relationship past and present,
mettere in relazione il mondo di oggi,
putting
la
into
visione, gli
relationship
input che abbiamo nel mondo di oggi con
the inputs that we have today,
e penso che oggi sia più importante che mai
inheritance, if you like, of cinema. I think that's so important. It's so important to be aware of the past and to be able to manifest it.
Yeah, I'm revealing a little bit of what I'm going to say tonight at the opening ceremony. But I always tell myself, and I'll tell my fellow jury members, that we're selected because we're working professionals and maybe know something about cinema, but at the same time I think we should approach each film as though we've never seen a movie in our lives before. and to treat each movie we see as a type of small miracle. And I'm looking forward to seeing all of them.
C'è ancora una domanda qui in seconda
There's
fila.
one more question here in the second row.
Sì, ultima domanda, per favore. Grazie.
Last question, thank you.
E Alessandro De Simone per Chuck.
Simone
Allora,
for Chuck.
non voglio tirare la giacchetta al direttore
No,
artistico, perché mi
I
sembra
don't
che
want to continue
sei stato
pulling
molto
the
chiaro su,
jacket of
su tutte
the,
le tue posizioni.
artistic, director.
Voglio
I
più
think you've been
che
very
una domanda,
clear on your
voglio
positions. More than a question.
credo Alexander
What I would
Payne
like to
ha detto
know,
giustamente
and
che chi fa
Alexander
il direttore
Payne
artistico di un
quite rightly
festival come
said that
Venezia
the
deve avere
artistic
una visione
director
molto
of festival
chiara
must have a very
della
clear
contemporaneità e
of
del
the
mondo.
contemporary world.
E però deve avere anche una visione molto chiara di quello che sta
There
facendo
should
come
also be a
direttore
clear
artistico.
vision
Quindi,
as to
Alberto,
what
ti
you are
chiedo
doing as an artistic
semplicemente qual è
director. So,
il tuo
Alberto,
augurio per
what
questi
is
11
your wish
giorni
for
e che
these
cosa
11 days,
ti aspetti,
your
cosa
hope for
speri
these
di
11 days,
ritrovarti
and
alla
what
fine
do you
del festival, di
expect
questo
to
festival
find
bellissimo
at
che
the
avete
end of
fatto.
this wonderful festival?
Guarda, l'atteggiamento mio e
My
di
attitude,
tanti colleghi che mi
and
hanno
that's of the
accompagnato in
numerous
questo
colleagues
lunghissimo
who have
processo di
been
selezione
at my
che
side in this
addirittura è
very long
iniziato a
selection
dicembre dell'anno
process that
scorso.
started in December
È
last
esattamente
year.
lo stesso atteggiamento
Is
di
exactly the
cui hanno
same
parlato
attitude
i presidenti di giuria poco prima.
that the presidents of the juries spoke of
Guardiamo i
just a
film,
few
sono
seconds ago. We
tantissimi quelli che
watched the
arrivano,
films and
migliaia e
we
migliaia,
received thousands
senza alcun
of films.
pregiudizio, senza alcun
We watched them
preconcetto,
without
senza sapere nulla.
preconceptions,
La maggior parte
without
di questi film
previous
arrivano out of the blue, non
judgments. Some
sappiamo
of
chi ce
them
li
really
manda,
do come
non sappiamo chi
out of
li
the
ha
blue.
prodotti, chi
We
li ha
don't know who
diretti,
produced them,
a parte alcuni che
who
vengono ovviamente da
directed them,
registi
apart from
affermati, da
some that come
produttori con cui
from
sono in rapporto da
famous
anni.
directors
E l'atteggiamento
and
è sempre quello.
people that we have relationships we've had
Guardiamo il
relationships
film
with
come se fosse
for
la
many
prima
years.
volta che andiamo
So
al cinema
the attitude is to
e
watch the film
vogliamo
as if it was the
farci,
first time I went to the
come
cinema.
dire, colpire
And to
dall'originalità
really
del
be
film,
struck by the
dalla personalità del
originality
regista,
of the film, by
dalla
the
novità
personality of the director, by the novelty
della storia che ci viene
of the
raccontata,
story that
dalla
is
capacità
told,
di andare al di là
by the
delle
ability
convenzioni,
to
dei
go beyond
codici
convention,
ripetuti,
preset codes,
eccetera.
things that have been repeated
Quando questo
before,
succede,
and when that happens,
quando si, come dire, scaturisce questo piccolo miracolo
when
che
this little miracle
scatta
happens,
la sorpresa, la
that
curiosità,
triggers
l'emozione,
curiosity,
che è insieme
excitement,
intellettuale
which is
e
both
anche fisica, veniamo
intellectual but also
trascinati
physical. We are
dalla visione
really
del film,
dragged
scatta
into the
anche
film.
l'invito.
That
Quando
is
questo non
when
succede,
the
quando abbiamo
invitation
l'impressione di
comes. When
assistere a un
that
film che
doesn't
abbiamo già
happen,
visto
when we have the feeling that
decine di
we've
volte,
seen
magari
that
centinaia
before,
di
dozens
volte,
of times,
allora
hundreds
diventa
of times
facile,
before, then
no,
it becomes
scartare
actually
i
quite
film
easy
stessi.
to discard some
Certo,
films.
c'è anche il fatto, c'è un altro elemento,
And then, of
che
course,
non
there's another
guardiamo
element,
soltanto film che
is that we
provengono da
don't only look
culture
at
vicine,
films that
prossime alla
come
nostra,
from
da cinematografie
cultures
con cui
that
abbiamo
are
rapporti
similar to
consolidati
us, close to
nel corso
us,
del tempo,
that we've had
ma abbiamo tantissimi
consolidated
film che vengono
relationships
da
over
paesi
time.
lontani,
We have
da
a lot of
culture
films that come from distant
lontanissime dalla
cultures
nostra, diverse
and
dalla
countries
nostra,
that
con
are so
cui a
different
volte è anche
from
difficile
our
entrare
culture, and
in
sometimes it's
relazione,
very
il che richiede uno
difficult
sforzo in
to
più, no?
create
Di
a connection,
connessione
and that
con quella
requires an extra
cultura, con quel
effort
linguaggio, con
to
quell'approccio
have a
che è
connection with
molto
that
diverso da
language, with
quello a
that
cui siamo
approach, which
abituati.
is so different
Ma
to what
anche in
we are
questo
used
caso
to.
comunque quello che scatta è
But there
sempre
again,
la
what
curiosità,
it triggers in us has to be
la
curiosity,
voglia, l'interesse di essere
interest
alimentati da
in
qualcosa
being
di
fed
inedito,
by
mai
something
visto,
that has never been seen
dietro il quale
before,
si nasconde però la personalità di un
and
regista,
that
di un autore, di un
somehow
creatore.
reveals the
Ed è questa la ragione per
personality
cui
of
poi
an
alla fine
artist, of the
scegliamo film
director,
tanto
and that is the
diversi che
reason
provengono da
why
tutto
we
il mondo. Lo
sometimes
sapete, i film ben
select
rappresentati quest'anno
films that are
sono
so
addirittura
different from
65, quindi
all over
credo
the
sia un
world,
piccolo
65
record per la nostra del cinema,
are
con
covered
paesi
this
che non
year,
sono mai stati
countries that
in
have
concorso a
never been in the
Venezia,
competition in Venice before, Ecuador for example,
o paesi che abbiamo raramente visto
or countries that we have only
come
rarely
dire, percorrere,
seen
camminare sul tappeto rosso
on the
veneziano.
red carpet here in Venice.
Il privilegio di fare questo mestiere è di
privilege of
vedere
my
così
task
tanti film
is that
provenienti da tutto il
we see
mondo
so many
e avere
films
la
from all
possibilità
over the
di
world
rendersi rendersi conto cosa sta succedendo in questo universo straordinario che è l'universo della creazione cinematografica, che è un universo, come sapete tutti, in continua trasformazione, in continua evoluzione, sotto la spinta di enormi, di tantissime ragioni diverse, dalle innovazioni tecnologiche all'emergere di nuovi talenti inaspettati, dalla scoperta che non c'è paese al mondo in cui non si produca almeno un film. Qualche decina d'anni fa i paesi in cui si producevano film si contavano sulla dita di una mano, o al massimo di due. Adesso ci sono 186 paesi al mondo e credo che in nessuno di questi non ci sia almeno un regista che nasca con la voglia di fare un film. E l'altra cosa sorprendente è che anche il regista che nasce in un paese più lontano possibile dal centro della produzione audiovisiva di oggi dimostra una competenza, una conoscenza del linguaggio cinematografico, una volontà di comunicare e di esprimersi, di raccontare magari vicende legate alla sua cultura e al suo paese. Questo è straordinario. Questo non vuol dire che tutti i film siano belli, che tutti i film siano riusciti. Direi una menzogna. La maggior parte dei film che riceviamo non sono film che possono trovare accoglienza alla mostra del cinema, ma sono invece tantissimi quelli che ci colpiscono, che ci commuovono, che ci coinvolgono, e a volte la scelta non è facile. Abbiamo un numero limitato di spazio a disposizione e spesso bisogna fare il gioco della torre. Però è anche un lavoro straordinario che non soltanto ti mette in una posizione privilegiata per capire che cosa è il cinema oggi, cosa sta diventando e verso quali nuove frontiere si sta muovendo. La prossima l'intelligenza artificiale. Siamo tutti curiosi di sapere quale impatto avrà sulla creazione cinematografica, ma anche la possibilità di conoscere attraverso il cinema paesi, culture, eventi, avvenimenti, tragici o no, rispetto ai quali attraverso i film che vediamo acquisiamo una capacità, una conoscenza, una capacità di giudizio, una possibilità di valutazione che prima non possedevamo. Il cinema è uno strumento formidabile di conoscenza, questo credo che sia uno dei suoi meriti principali, che possiede sin dall'inizio e che non ha mai perduto, e che ancora oggi è una delle ragioni per le quali il cinema ci appassiona così tanto.
Grazie Alberto, grazie a tutti e a tutti, dobbiamo chiudere. Buon lavoro a tutte le colleghe e i colleghi, grazie.
Fruitful proceedings and good job to all.
Good thing is that that's what's going
Non mi pare, da ieri un po', il controcampo e il bronzo.
Yeah, we met before, actually. Yes. Last year or the year. That's okay. It's okay.
Ik vind het toch grappig dat het zo makkelijk gaat.
Ja, ik vind wel heel veel mensen met dezelfde deze die wij hebben.
Bellissima, ieri l'ho piena di crema.
Lei si impegna. Guarda che voglio prendere anche la mia. Guarda che vado. Scusa, ma si guarda a fingere maglia.
Non me lo prestavo, sì.
Se ne vai.
It was so captivating to meet, to discover this icon that is larger than life, and discover her like a everyday human, like a woman that is you and I. And that's beautiful, because actually it is a proof that each and every of us, we have the power within to change things and to contribute to humanity in one way or another. And for me, being saint correlates very close to taking action and doing brave things. And also, as yes, I will stop here. I have a tendency to talk too much, and then I like, yes, so, cut.
Ok. Allora, ci sono già delle domande? Sì, una domanda lì, in fondo.
Good morning. One question for the director and one for Naomi Rapaz. To the director, I would like to ask you, these days abortion is still debated in many countries, and many governments are thinking about going back and preventing women to decide if they want to abort or not. I want to ask you if this story, of course, is true, and why did you want to focus on that theme? How does this relate to what's happening today? And to Naomi Rapaz, yesterday I was writing an article about you arriving in Lido among many other stars, and I was thinking, oh, she was Lisbeth Salander, and how far is this role from that one? Of course, this is a great thing for an actor, but I would like to ask you, how did you, how were you able to portray this figure that, we know as a saint, but she's very human and fragile? Thank you so much.
Do you want to start or I go?
You can go.
As I was discovering Mother Teresa, I was very perplexed with her stance on abortion. As a woman of today, as a woman, the right to my body and to decide what I decide with my body, it's a sacred right, just as the human right to eat, to drink, to be educated, and to go to hospital, etc., etc. So I actually had to, making this film and putting the abortion within the story was really a way to understand her from perspective of time. She was a nun that lived 90 years ago, and she was part of an institution. And by putting it, we actually are opening a discussion. 90 years later, we are the kings and queens of our bodies. So we have moved very far away from what was happening 100 years ago. This being said, we live, as you mentioned, in a dangerous time where this right is more and more questioned. So yes, let's talk about it, because it is a right we must not lose.
It's a right we must not lose. Well, kind of, when I was doing research and deep diving into understanding the person behind the myth, I was surprised by her internal struggles, her darkness, her pain, how much she was suffocating. And I think those deep cracks within her, that's where she connects to characters in my past, like Lisbeth Salander and myself. You know, a constant sort of self-doubt and, you know, questioning, but you keep pushing forward and you keep fighting for what you believe in, even when your heart is saying something else. So the battle between mind and heart. And I was surprised by the human I discovered, and that she also, the bravery, and you know, when I was doing research on the time, we need to put in perspective, you know, 1930, 1940, the world around her, and how brave and rebellious it was for her as a nun, starting to call, to write, to insist to the Vatican, to beg for the permission to start her own mission, to leave the safe walls behind the convent and start working with the people in most need. So I discovered a human with flaws. No one is perfect, but she created something extraordinary.
Domande? Vorrei chiedere ancora a Numi e a Silvia com'è stato il loro processo di costruzione dei personaggi insieme a Teona. Sappiamo che questo film ha avuto una lunga gestazione, Teona ha pensato a lungo, anni, a questo film, e come avete proprio creato insieme a lei questi personaggi?
I think you should go first because you have been at it the longest. I was diving in a little bit later than you.
Thank you. Teona came and saw me. She came to Lisbon, and we had a very intense and honest first interaction where we spoke about life, and we spoke about why making a movie about Mother Teresa. And from that very moment, we started a journey together when we were investigating and diving into her, but also diving into ourselves. And the Mother Teresa you see on screen is a child born from us. It's not, we're not saying it's the real Mother Teresa. I'm not copying her. I'm not trying to be the real one. It's what kind of all the research. You know, I read a lot of negative things, I read positive things, I read, like, you know, people praising her and criticizing her, and then mainly her letters, and how all this kind of lived in my body, and in numerous long conversations, you know, a year and a half working with Teona, you know, we were kind of going deeper and deeper and deeper, and on the first day of shooting, I decided to just let go and allow Teresa to take charge, and forget about everything I've learned. And she sort of took control, and I could feel her leading. And in the end of the shoot, I wasn't really sure what was me and what was her. And it was an amazing collaborative journey with Teona, with Silvia, and all the other actors and the team.
Yeah, I agree with that very much. It was an intense but beautiful journey. I think for me it started when Teona and I had our first meeting over Zoom. And I saw this wonderfully strong woman in front of me on the screen. And at the time I was really confronted in my life with the question of purpose and motherhood as well. So we really connected on that for the role, because it was exactly the time that I found myself in struggling with that. So we connected on that on a very deep and intense level, and I really, you know, admire her work, and, you know, would do anything to work with her, basically. So I was there, and then obviously knew me to be on set with you and see your transformation as Mother Teresa was incredible. Like I said before, it felt like an electric relationship that we had, and yeah, gave me so much joy.
And both of you, both of the characters, both of you consist one. We always looked at the character of Mother as sort of this unification between Agnieszka and Mother. Agnieszka is the weeping willow, she's the emotion, and Mother is the strength and the drive. So really, the way the script was written and the way their characters were woven within the script, it became this crossage of contrasts and unity, harmony, beauty.
And chaos.
Chaos, yes.
Domande? Una domanda lì e poi veniamo di qua. Signora qui.
Salve. Volevo chiedere una cosa, due domande. Una sul rapporto tra, essendo una produzione macedone ed essendo appunto, ecco, che qual è appunto la sensazione da macedoni su Madre Teresa di Calcutta, che è un personaggio dalla potenza internazionale, invece qual è il vostro rapporto personale, insomma, con questa figura del paese da cui arriva questa produzione? E seconda cosa, quali parti, se avete preso da Madre Teresa anche alcune, quando lei prega, insomma, alcune parti reali, perché c'è l'intersecarsi tra la fiction, la figura appunto di fiction, e la figura reale. Se avete preso anche dalle sue lettere, come citava prima la signora Rapis, delle parti, insomma, quali sono le parti più realistiche, e anche relativamente, ecco, e poi dopo questa lettura, forse è una lettura, ecco, avete voluto dare un personaggio un po' contemporaneo, avete voluto un pochino anche rischiare, no? Perché probabilmente ci sono anche degli aspetti meno devozionali, un po' più hard rock, come si canta a un certo punto, no? Hard rock alleluia, cioè, a un certo punto. Grazie.
Sorry. So reality. Many, for example, many of the dialogues and situations, or many traits of her character, are direct transcriptions or taken directly from the anecdotes from the 4 sisters we interviewed. So basically 15 years ago, when I made a documentary, Teresa and I, we had the possibility to actually put on camera, put on film, on video, the last 4 sisters who knew and worked with Mother Teresa. The scene with Caterina, with the counting machine, this is actual scene that happened to one of the sisters. Mother Teresa relationship to detachment of worldly objects was something that she used to do all the time. Every time she would enter into a room, she would change the furniture, etc., etc. For example, Madame Kumar, we did interviews with Madame Kumar. Unfortunately, she is not among us anymore, but she used to say, you know, my bills, my telephone bills were thousands of rupees, because Mother would come and, you know, as in the script, make these phone calls and call Vatican and call the world and demand and demand and demand. Then, of course, her doubts, as Nomi said, are based on her questions regarding motherhood, love, faith, etc., etc. This comes from her personal diary, from her dark period. Contemporary, it's not. The film, her character is very contemporary. Being contemporary about a woman, a strong woman from the past, is not a risky business. It is something that we must do.
And she said once, if I will ever become a saint, it will surely be one of darkness, which really hit me deep. And when we were shooting in Calcutta and filming in places where they kind of look the same, they haven't changed much. It was heartbreaking and deeply disturbing and brutal to experience and see as a person from Europe. We're very wealthy, we have a complete different life. But also I came really close to her and I could understand what she was talking about, what she meant by that phrase, both her internal darkness, but living and acting and helping in the darkest corner of the world.
Chi ha il microfono?
Who's got the microphone?
Just maybe, Labina, do you want to just answer for the link with Macedonia? Because it was one of the questions of the lady.
You know, growing in Macedonia, we all grown up with beautiful stories about Mother Teresa. And when we were asked 15 years ago to do the film by Macedonia National Television, to do the documentary, we accepted very naively, because for us, Mother Teresa, as for the world, is somebody who did so much. And then making the research, we realized actually that there are only legends left, that there are not so many people alive still who knew her. And naively we accepted to do this documentary, and then we realized that actually Missionary of Charity closed their doors and they are not letting any press in. So I was for nearly 1 year talking with them, and on the end they let us in because we said, listen, you have only 4 sisters left who really start the journey with her. So let us make the interviews with them, and we give you all the material, and you have it something from her about the start, and we will use it in our documentary. And the documentary, and yeah, and
Mother Teresa, for those who don't know, was born in Macedonia. She's from Albanese origin. So there was a real direct link. She's iconic there because she's also from there.
E il suo rapporto con Sebastian, con questa figura?
I think it's, for me, well, before meeting Mother Teresa, I met those guys. We've been working for a very long time, and I thought it was a big challenge to talk about the life of Mother Teresa with a very strange, different angle, and that's what they do. I know a lot of you people want to know, is this something real? What happened with this abortion? We don't know. We think that probably not, but we decided to put that in a script because we wanted to confront the character of Mother Teresa. Many thought that she had that were documented, and to be able to reveal the character of Mother Teresa. And that was a great work that has been done with Teona, but also with Elma, with Goche on the script. So I met Mother Teresa through Teona and Abina. And then it has been revealed, I would say, with Numi and Silvia.
Funziona, vai.
Hello, my name is Sara Ricordati. This is a question for the director. I wanted to know regarding the character of Father Friedrich, if he is also invented or if he existed.
He existed. Actually, we changed the name. Father Friedrich, the character of Father Friedrich is based on a character who was a real person, who was the confessor of Mother Teresa, Father Van Exem. And actually, this was a person who was extremely, extremely close to Mother Teresa. They had a very, very intellectual and very personal relationship. It was somebody she trusted. And at one moment, she was actually sent away by her congregation, by the Loreto Order congregation, because of jealousy and questions of the order regarding the
relationship between her and
Exactly. And she was sent away to Darjeeling, and actually it is at this moment that she had her calling regarding her mission and creating the Missionaries of Charity. This is a historical.
E io approfitto della domanda che è stata appena fatta per chiedere a Nicola di parlarci di questo personaggio che è il confessore di Madre Teresa, però in alcuni momenti sembra quasi un analista che consente a Madre Teresa una sorta di flusso di coscienza, no? Attraverso il quale noi scopriamo i suoi pensieri, esploriamo le sue emozioni.
Firstly, I'm very proud and grateful for this opportunity to cooperate with these wonderful women in all sectors. And their trust for me is a great honor. Permettetemi di parlare in macedono, sarà molto più comprensibile.
Say something quickly in Macedonian.
Nijedna pozicija na svetu ne isključuje emocije. Ajde ti. Da, samo uključi se.
No position in the world... what?
Ne isključuje emocije.
No position, no opinion in the world doesn't exclude an emotion.
Da sam otec, ne bi se lišilo od emocija.
If I was a father, and if I was part of an order, I would never not have, say no to emotions.
Zato što emocija je osnovana bilo kakva empatija.
The emotion is the base of empathy, any kind of empathy.
Ne samo empatija koja što je polna so naše emocije i emocionalne razbiranja.
Not only empathy connected to our personal feeling.
Тук емоции koje što se empatija koja što je kognitivna.
Also cognitive empathy.
Kognitive.
Yeah.
Mnogo mi je važno da razkažem vam prikazni vo koje što verujem.
It is essential for me to tell stories that I believe in.
I mislim da je krucijalno važno da vidim jedan mal katalizator na site ove čovečki i ženski dilemi.
And actually what is very interesting for me is to be the catalysator of these very female essential dilemmas and stories.
That's all.
Catalyst.
That's
all. The catalyst, yes.
That's absolutely all. Thank you.
C'è una domanda lì?
That's the writer. The writer's there.
Vai. Yeah.
Okay, Ben Dalton from Screen International. This is a question for Ms. Strugar-Mitevska. The issue of Gaza is already a huge topic at this festival amongst much discussion, and you're one of the signatories to the Venice for Palestine letter. I was interested to hear from you, there's going to be a march on Saturday at the festival. Will you be taking part in that march? And what would you like to see the festival say or do differently on this issue of Gaza?
I actually am leaving Venice, unfortunately, so I can't tell the festival. I can tell you what would Mother Teresa do. She would be there helping. She would be there under the fire, taking care of things. And I think, well, we live in such a strange world. So much violence. You know, we are like prisoners of capitalism and egoism and me. What about humanity? What about doing and giving? So let's do and give.
E allora con questo augurio chiudiamo la conferenza stampa. Thank you so much, grazie a tutti per il film.
Teona?
Riccardo.
I'll do a few, yeah.
Siamo in ritardo ragazzi, mi dispiace, siamo in c'è già l'altra macchina, siamo in ritardo.
I don't have time, sorry.
The last one.
Naomi! Naomi! Silvia! Silvia? 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 Can you please?
All 2, 3, but it's really late.
We wait here 4 hours for you.
Silvia,
Silvia!
Ragazzi, scusate, ma siamo in ritardo.
No, Silvia! Silvia! Silvia!
What the fuck?
Du machst es vielleicht. Sascha, wo bist du? Servus Bayern.
Kann ja auch mal mit der Zeit.
Könnte man.
Da habe ich nichts gesehen zu der Zeit.
Aber da brauchen wir nicht umsonst.
Are they coming?
Paolo!
Is this
Paolo! 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 Tony! 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 Paolo! Tony! 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 Grazie.
Forza Napoli!
Mi sei arrivato lì? Paolo!
Well, if you could just pick off my bag and gave it to me, just this one in front of you.
Si fa livellare che posso fare un dov'è? Fa doppietta no, però ci sono entrambi, due piccioni con una fava. Lo faccio con queste ma non ha molto senso con...
Sei fatto? Silvia te l'ha fatta? Chi? Silvia?
Water, come lo teneva...
Mi è andata bene così,
Mi ha visto anziano e approfitta da dare una mano a te.
Sul finale ha rotto il cazzo, ha fatto Ti prego. Dai Martina, i fiori, bravo. Martina! Saluto! Martina! Classe! Martina! Sending this to the desk. Thank you. Sure. Yeah.
Dammi un secondo che segno il bagaglio dei signori arriva.
Almeno morirà.
Era la società che scrive tutto l'ambiente praticamente quando se ne sono mi ricordo anche che io così cosa questo è un canale adesso che ho spalmato devi dire del cazzo perché avevo preparato le tanto lui non sta lì non dico me in bagno si dice Guardate nel ciuffetto. Chiamate i contadini, sistemate. Ragazzi, è tanto, ragazzi, vedete che non la fa. Pensavo...
Ma Andrea sta facendo la
Buttali in acqua, facciamo un'ora, ora si galleggia.
Buongiorno a tutti e benvenuti alla conferenza stampa di La Grazia. Come sapete è il film di apertura di questa 82esima edizione della Mostra del Cinema di Venezia. Vi presento subito gli ospiti al tavolo e a partire dai produttori.
Massimiliano Orfei for Piper Film,
Anna Maria Morelli,
for The Apartment,
Andrea
Scrosati for Fremantle,
la direttrice o direttore? La direttrice della fotografia,
the DOP, Daria D'Antonio,
gli interpreti, Anna
the
Ferzetti,
actors, Anna Ferzetti,
Tony Servillo,
regista e sceneggiatore
Paolo Sorrentino,
the director and screenwriter Paolo Sorrentino.
Comincio io con una domanda, poi
I will start with a question, after which I will leave the floor to
Paolo, tu hai
the press. Paolo, you said that this character and this story is inspired by Kieslowski's Decalogue. But you touch upon ethics, doubt, what we might wish to find in today's world. So this reflection on the contemporary and your passion for Kieslowski's love for the cinema of dilemmas. Well, the film comes out from a real event that happened several years ago. Mattarella granted a pardon to somebody who had killed his wife, who had Alzheimer's, and I found that that was a moral dilemma that was interesting to tell. And I had thought for years that moral dilemmas are a very important driver for storytelling, an interesting narrative tool to be used in cinema. And this led to the idea of focusing on the presidents of the Republic. Now the title is La Grazia, the pardon, which is not simply a legal tool which is available to the presidents of the Republic, but also an attitude towards the world and life, which is also a loving attitude. And I thought that behind the rigorous and stern, boring, as he says, aspects of this president, he is very much in love of the wife who was no longer there, his daughter, and with a series of values that should be embodied by politics, but which we rarely see. We sometimes see them locally in our presidents of the Republic, but in other people of power they seem to be lacking. The constant research for certainties instead of frequenting doubt in order to mature a decision. It appears to be something that is increasingly rare in politics, and I like the idea of a politician embodying the highest values of politics. There are quite a few hands raised. We can start from the front here. Thank you and congratulations for your film. Just a curiosity, the musical choice of your films is always very sophisticated. Surf and Ride, this theme which recurs, I know that it was very popular as a dance on TikTok. Were you inspired by that? And do you always choose your own music? Or is there still Marchitelli? I didn't see that in the titles. Second question, the character of Coco, with these very bold words. Is that inspired by some art critic or not? Not at all. It doesn't come out of any art critic. Now, as I attended a only boys' school, I missed having a female friend. It's something that I always missed. As to the music, yes, indeed, I got the Surf Rider music from Instagram, and I mean, obviously, it was very popular.
Hi, good afternoon. Well, thank you. Congratulations for this amazing movie. A question for Mr. Sorrentino. This is not the first time that you deal with the men with power or in power. So when did you first realize that you wanted to know what is inside power, the rituals of power, because it's amazing the way you treat it. Thank you.
Non ho capito la domanda, ma rispondo.
I didn't really get the question. What was the question? I mean, it was a statement more than a question.
When did you first felt that power? You are so interested in power as an artist, like the source for your creative, for your art. I mean, power. It's a theme in your work.
Ma veramente io penso, cioè, di averlo capito da sempre.
I think that I realized that from the start, when I first learned to write. Relationships amongst people are always relationships of power, relationships of strength, even amongst friends or in couples. And as I started making films, I started to realize that power relationships are even greater amongst the politicians and those who really do hold the power. I've always been interested in this topic. Now, in the films that I made on Andreotti and others, there's a ritual of power which is showcased, and that is a formidable way to tell the story. And again, here we had fun with Daria, even if less than in other films, because we didn't want this film to be focused on the rituals of power per se, on the descriptive side of life in the Quirinale, in the President's Palace. We wanted to tell the story of the President's Palace as a place of solitude, to look less at the institutional clothes, if you like, the apparent appearance, if you like.
For you. Yeah, you raise your hand. Okay.
Taking notes. Hi, Helen from Australia. I've spoken to Mr. Sorrentino and Savillo many times, and congratulations on the film. But I'm just wondering, what are the things that you really love about each other, and are there things that you don't? Are there any, if problems arise, what might it be around? Are there any negative things? Positive and negative for both of you, if you could talk about that, working and maybe personal a little bit.
Non è mai capitato di litigare.
Well, we never actually argued, I must admit that.
Credo che sì, tutti I film che abbiamo fatto.
With all the films that we've done together, the atmosphere has always been quiet, affectionate. What divides us? On average, the music that Paolo likes, I don't like. I love classical music. In some of his previous films, I remember suggesting Bach, and he said, I'm not sure. I'm thinking of something different. But just to give you an anecdote, what I would like to say, and we were saying this earlier, coming back here with a film in competition, with a character that is so complex. He's already gifted me with other such characters, beautiful characters, so to be back again, working, not thinking of something that is routine, to think of something new every time, it's always great. I think that we do each other good. This is something that life has decided for us. We didn't really plan for it. There are still some questions. I'd just like to myself ask a question for Tony and Anna. Paolo said he chose actors that had something in common with the characters they interpret. What do you feel you have in common with these characters? Nothing. I must admit. And that's the reason why we get so excited in our roles, because you try to do something or be somebody who's so different from you based on the screenplay. Well, I would say that there really is nothing. I have children, but I don't have any girls. They're still quite young. So imagining Anna as my child seemed strange to start with, but then it became quite natural. There's all the rhetoric of saying as you go on with the work, but sometimes things just happen miraculously, mysteriously. They simply happen. And sometimes they just don't work. That's true. Well, I must say I could invent something. I mean, we all live some moments of solitude, of melancholy. It had nothing to do with Jep, with Tita. These are all characters that were invented. If they then became people in their thoughts, in their feelings, through the spectator, then that means that the work done by the actor and the director made sense. We give a body to something that is in existence. We are tricksters, if you like. We make these tricks. Well, I mean, otherwise we wouldn't do this as a job. We try to replicate reality. I don't think I've got anything to do with Mariano De Santis. And exactly for this reason, I am profoundly in love with him. For me, it's a bit simpler because I had a special relationship with my father. He was a very important figure in my life, and that I have in common. He very much influenced the choice of what I do now. The fact that I chose the same job. So I'm more in my comfort zone. And then there are different facets that I very much loved of my character, that I understood, and that helped me understand some very interesting things about myself, being complex but compressed. This love for her father, the fact that she wants to somehow move him, the passion she puts in things, in work, in her beliefs. There definitely is something that mirrors myself, but then a lot of things come out on the set by being in contact with Tony. I would like to just add something, and this is an indirect compliment to Paolo as a director of actors, a director who gives extraordinary screenplays to his actors. It's perfectly constructed. So whenever I could indulge sentimentally to be a bit closer to Mariano De Santis, in the times of solitude, of anger, of melancholy, Paolo would say to me, remember that you are the presence of the Republic. When you go into a room, when you leave that room, when you greet people, when you look at people and things, always maintain the profile that a president of a republic would have in public circumstances as a person who has that responsibility. And that is where a lot of work came into my character. When I felt I was more like the character, that is when I was asked to be different. So not just to be seated in those sentiments and feelings, but to be something different, just to be more precise.
Hello, Ben Dalton from Screen International. This is a question for Mr. Sorrentino. Your film is being released in several territories by Mubi. Last week, when you were in Sarajevo, you said that you believe what is happening in Gaza is a genocide. Mubi has come under criticism recently for connections to Israel with some of its funding, and the Mubi CEO issued a statement recently. So my question is, has the CEO of Mubi been in contact with you about this issue? And do you have any thoughts about the funding for which Mubi has been criticized?
I would like to take the opportunity to give the floor to somebody from Mubi who's actually here in the room. There's somebody from Mubi here. Is there no one from Mubi?
Passiamo avanti?
No, non sono in grado di
Certo.
I can't answer myself.
Sì, c'era anche qui, il signore qui davanti, poi passiamo di là. Sì. Il signore lì con la maglia... Sì. Arriva.
Going back to the music, because I'd like to speak of Gue Pequeño. It's quite fun, because when I heard him in the film, I remember that a few months ago you spoke of his music as an ungraceful grace. So I'm wondering if his musical presence in the film with a cameo is a reflection on fun, or whether you saw in his character the right way to represent this doubt, the difference between ethics that you spoke of before?
No, ha varie funzioni Gue.
Gue has several functions.
È sicuramente un elemento di alleggerimento.
He creates a lighter atmosphere in a story that at times becomes a little claustrophobic and dramatic. And musically, the texts of Gue, apart from the musical value, some parts I find really interesting when I ask for forgiveness afterwards, not to please before. It's something that I repeat to myself more than 50 times a day. I mean, it's always best to wait a while before asking for forgiveness.
Hi, my question is to Daria. The cinematography is superb and amazing as always. And I would like to ask you about what is the most challenging aspect of working with Valentino. Who is inspired who, and about those close-ups with great actors. And also to Paolo, if you can talk about your film that you said it's per Claudio. Could you please talk about it?
Allora, grazie intanto. Una sfida, insomma, ormai è
a challenge.
Consolidata e ogni volta.
Well, it's a consolidated relationship. I very much appreciate Paolo's attempt to make things more difficult each time. Emotionally, from my side, it was a very important film because it speaks of a father. So that was a very personal challenge.
Claudio, a cui è dedicato il film, è un amico di molti.
Claudio is a friend of many of us, a producer and a friend. He was one of the most intelligent people I've ever met, in addition to being a dear friend. Claudio Vecchio. He passed a few days ago. He had a small role in La Grande Bellezza that had made me very proud, because he was one of the best Italian actors, but he always turned down a lot of parts. A lot of people wanted him to be an actor, but he turned all those roles down. He was a producer. He was the most difficult actor to conquer in the history of cinema, as far as I'm concerned. There's another question on the left. Put your hand right up. Natalia Fuciak, a question for Orfei and Scrosati. The release date, some have said January. Can you confirm that? And Andrea in particular, what does it mean to produce a film by Paolo Sorrentino?
Well,
we thought of a date which would have great impact in terms of distribution. We thought of January. We'll see what happens here, and then we will either confirm or not, but it will be a winter date. Thank you. It's an extraordinary experience. I think it's the dream of anybody who does my job. Paolo had written the screenplay of La Grazia 4 years ago. He gave me it. I read it all in one go. It's an extraordinary story, and it also touches upon some elements of ethics, and it tells the story of an institution, which is the institution that is most dear to the citizens of this country. So in just 24 hours, we decided to do this film. Paolo decided to do Partenope first, and then in January this year, he said he wanted to do La Grazia, and that was an incredible joy as far as I'm concerned. The film on screen is even better than the screenplay, and that is what makes the work of Paolo, Tony, and Daria really exceptional. It is the fruit of and the results of a collaborative action amongst all the team. And then the collaboration with Piper that we came back together with after Partenope. And that's an important element, another very important element. So going back to your question, when you start on embark on an adventure to do such an important film, what we create is a community. And it's so important how this community works together. And I think that you can see that through the film. It is testified by the film. One question at the end of the room. I wanted to go back to the photography. Compared to previous films that were softer, your mise-en-scène is more geometric, if you like, a bit more bare. So vis-à-vis the photography, do you think that that could represent itself such important themes which are mentioned in the film, the politics which is present throughout? No, it was just so that you wouldn't bother us. It was a choice of sobriety.
Però mi inserisco un attimo per dire che in realtà però una delle
No, I'll just add on. Now, I'm joking, of course. More or less. It's a half-truth. Each story has its own way to be told. This is a story where we find at the center a situation which is upturned. It starts from a plot and then moves on to the character. It's usually the other way around. The plot has to be respected. We have the mise-en-scène. But this is also the results of an instinctive idea that we had with Daria. In La Mano di Dio, we decided to start that we would have some fireworks, and after 10 seconds we said, no, we're making a mistake, we need to have a sober film. And it's the same here. Each film has its own way of telling a story. We don't have one style for all the films. It's the film that dictates the style. But there's something that is in common with all your films. You start from a real fact and then go beyond it. And to make those images, to turn them into something poetic, you move away from the fact. I wouldn't know how to work differently. How does that translate for an actor? How do you enter into this type of telling reality by abstracting, also making it surreal at times? When I am asked how do you get into the character, how do you get out of a character? Now, what I want to know, in fact, is how do you fit in with a way? Because we always start from a real character in order to become something different. So I'll tell you an anecdote. Tony and I would talk about the scene. We would work together even during the costumes. And when we moved on to the set, everything was completely different from what we thought it would be. But somehow it was always part of the picture. Paolo always has this ability to give you a lot of freedom within this strictness that he sets. It's simple because he's very precise in what he demands of you. And he sometimes puts me to the test, asking me to do things that I wouldn't expect to do. In the dialogue, for example, I love that, I must say, as an actress, to move out of my comfort zone because it's his motivation. Gagliardi for Chuck, the inspiration of the two main characters, is that Scalfaro and Mariano? Is it Mattarella and his daughter? Servillo, as you love classical music, was it easier to interpret Reto, the choir of the Alpini? I don't know which question I'm supposed to.
Riferimento a un personaggio solo che ha ricoperto questo vertice delle istituzioni in Italia. No? Lo ricordavo poco fa che sono innumerevoli i presidenti della Repubblica.
There are so many Christian presidents of the Republic. There are a number of presidents of the Republic who were men of law, who were widowers, who had just one daughter, and there are also several who were Neapolitan. So we really had a selection of characters that we could refer to, so we didn't just refer to one. And then, if this model of a president that Paolo tells us of is similar to somebody that you love or that we love, each of us will decide that within their own hearts. I'm not going to come out. I'm not going to follow you in this reasoning, because that would somehow diminish. Unfortunately, the question wasn't heard. Now, one fascinating thing that Anna and I had before us and that Paolo served to us on a silver plate was the creation of a father-daughter relationship, creating a distance from the simple sentimental story and to put that within a broader picture of intellectual ethics, because they are both in love with law and legality. So they are two legal experts, and so the clashes. Now, very often there where it would become too sentimental, there came out a clash on what do you think of this, and what do you think one projected towards the future and the other character projected towards the past. And I liked very much singing the choir of the Alpini, with all the respect that I have for Gue. But it was a source of great concern. I was really concerned with with having to remember it. Or when my son found out that I was going to sing it, he said, "Well, lucky you." He was really enthusiastic.
Spain. Thank you so much for this amazing movie. A question for Paolo Sorrentino. This is a film about a subject which is ongoing in the Italian politics, which is euthanasia. I don't know if you have or you expect the film to have some impact in the current debate and nowadays. And should cinema have an impact on political issues, especially the ones pertaining into your country? Thank you so much.
Penso che il cinema possa provarci.
I think that cinema can try. It is a well-known fact that it doesn't have the devastating impact in terms of popularity that it had in the past, but it can continue to try. I can just hope that a film, my film in this case, can bring attention to a topic, and I'm saying something which is taken for granted, something with a topic which is so important, such as euthanasia. That's all I can say. We need to stop here, unfortunately, so thank you all.
Dovrebbe essere quello, però vedi chi diventa. Io un PDF come sempre.
destra.
Quando Lucia fa qualcosa di nicchia, arrivando. Mai che scatti che ti arriva l'influenza svizzera. Sto andando via. Guardate fuori. Vedi sempre casa di là. Sempre lui. L'ho visto prima per me.
Ma Giorgio?
Già. Siete pronti? Sì.
Quella è l'unica cosa di Giorgio.
Quanto bene ci vuoi?
Va bene, sono pure tutti i giorni, va bene?
Se dovete reclinarle posso farti.
Ciao! Dovete andare mi ha scritto Cipriani e io dopo perché alle 3:95 una io non posso essere premiato perché tutti di qua.
Devo intervistare dalla
Sai che ce l'aveva con te?
No, c'è che ci siamo. Sì, l'ho detto, ma lui è sicuro che arriva io sono voluto per fare una roba
di
se quando a una certa prendi alzano sentire questi finisciotti ma fare la scintilla se rimane un po' fatto che alla fine ha fatto l'ultimo siamo acceso dopo è uscito però è stata
anche 25
anche di seguito
solo che vedere che sono arrivato finché ci sta questo no, non posso fare.
Voglia di azione
Va bene? E poi è caldo la testa? Che gli posso the flower, George!
no,
scusa, aspetta.
Go, step back, go, step back! George, what's up? Where's George? George! Don't go away, don't go away! George, can you come down to the bridge? No! George! Bravo, George! Always have George! Grazie, George!
Madonna. Grazie. Hai fatto bene, vabbè dai, una camminata la cosa. Hello. Yeah. Okay. I'm okay because I will change the battery of the camera for the news arrival, so I'll be fine for at least an hour and a half, 2. Okay. Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Yeah, thanks. Thank you. Bye-bye.
here. Laura, please come out from the back, please. Laura. A quick photo from the back of the boat, Laura, please. Yeah. Yeah, lovely. That's the Venice shot. Laura. 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 Laura, down here. Laura, down here. Laura, here. Laura, just one here. Just one here. Laura, down here. Laura. Right here, Laura. Ah, lovely. Laura, just one look. Yeah. Again down here. Again down here. Laura, this way. That makes sense. One here. Laura. Over your shoulder, Laura. To the flower. A quick one over there. Laura. Laura. Thank you. Just wait before the boat moves. No, la fine, it's the end. More. Thank you. Laura, just one look. Laura, just a little, yes. Thank you. Laura.
No, scusa.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
No, buon lavoro.
How are you?
Guarda, guarda. Ciao! Doni! Io no.
Okay. There's one more right here. Fantastic. Lily, one more. One more here. Lily. Matt.
Hey.
Yes. Yeah, and you know what he's leaving? He just 1 month ago. Like, no. But recent.
In realtà il zoom ce l'hai elettronico, sia qua che
Remember this movie? Like many years ago. Yeah. He was
meglio, cioè la cosa in assoluto migliore è leggermente
he was actually a big guy in the early Pray Love. About the Boston Globe investigation. Yeah. Yeah. Great career.
la cosa più comoda che possiamo fare da qua.
Ciao Lucia. Sì, I'm free. Yeah, how are you?
Giochi così.
Well, physically still yes. Legally
automatico. perde il fuoco e voglio recuperarlo velocemente. Metto il fishing però al riconoscimento facciale ovviamente più stretto. Ovviamente se trovi un soggetto, cioè che può fare lui in un modo basta. Bene, vado e torno.
was a great place for it. You were last time in Palazzo. Still, great. Do you know where? Because I did not try it. This Saturday, like, yeah, no, sure. I won't, yeah, because, yeah. Oh my God, please be my friend. Like, I wish. Yes. So we're using something that we really can't use. Yeah. Like for the nose, for example, many people use nose, you know? Many people use them. No, I mean you can. I don't use it myself because I find many things not good. When you take a screenshot and you want to put a tiny note just so you remember where it's from, you have to put the field and text field, but they can't go together. And it's like, guys, how convenient, how is it? You can do it.
Questa tremenda dovrebbe essere operativa. Sta cambiando perché fa il 3,5.
Finally, he's going to make you understand. You haven't been wearing this, right? You haven't been, no. Good. No, but it's not like you and you didn't know. Yeah, which is next year. Next July. Okay, so of course you need to start working. No, you can't organize weddings. Impossible. So I went to the wedding of my nephew. He's 23. No, but they're together for 7 years. They're together from school. So I came for 1 day only. Just for the wedding. And there I saw like how much older my parents are. Because I haven't seen them lately. So I decided after that I threw away all the plans and the store. I'll spend my summer. I wanted to go to the so I took my dog. I bought this big box for the dog. I was nervous because
All right, Emily.
Hey guys, sorry, open this way, please, mate.
Mr. Hurd to Kate over there. And just here. Emily, hey. One here. Fantastic. Hey. Wave, give us a wave. Thank you. I help, just along the garden. Because my father is already too old to drive. She's like, so, and I was supposed to take my dog, fly to Yerevan, and leave my dog at the computer and fly to this. Yeah, but I will come because it will take it off, but in September. I took some books, something, but apparently I didn't read that. Eventually I was, eventually I was busy with them, So this was the best summer holiday I had in years, just because I was. We grilled meat, we grilled everything. So yeah, so this is. No, yeah. I thought like, okay, I will spend time with them, then I will go to Moscow. It's like 1 hour drive. I will go to Moscow, maybe to go some dates. No. I never walked so much in my life. It was like 1 hour and a half in the morning, 1 hour and a half in the evening with the distance. Yeah, but it was just about enjoying. Like I went to exactly the same place when I was close to the country house. There was a train line, and my grandfather, when I was like 4, used to take me there and we used to watch the trains. Then when I was slightly bigger, I was driving in this, like kids' bicycle, and he was walking. Yeah, and like I walked exactly at the same place, where we used to sit on the grass and watch the trains. So, yeah. Yeah. See you around. Yeah, John. Thank you. Yes, and then I'm already. Yeah. He but he was kind of like playing the role of
Dopo le 4 io vado lì. Sicuramente dopo le 4 che c'è un altro che è un pollo. Dopo le 4 a dopo.
Sai in garage? Non vai a
C'era polivolegheri che vai. Luca, lui va via. No, non ancora, se devi aspettare.
Grazie.
Era qua? Vai a Atlanta. No, non so, però so che le caricano per prima, Raffaella. Ecco qua, che ci viene detto di Raffaella. No, prenditi l'altro, diciamo.
Io vado, ogni cambio sono già cambiato da red carpet e poi
Sei con noi? 29.
Caramanzia, spero che basta. Ok, ci sono andato. Ciao, grazie mille.
Massimo 631. Poi ci sono alcuni questo questa cambia io vado oltre 30 e lui senza di questo perché non si vede. Se invece ne hai già 30 qui a questo
Non avevo capito sta roba. Sì, sì.
Mi chiami come me?
Whoever comes to the table.
Oh, you didn't know each other? Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's sweet. No, yes. Yes. No, sure, no problem. Yeah, sure. George! 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 Ehi! Via davanti! Via! Oh! Dai, no! George! Oh! Oh! Mi devi spostare! Oh! Va a cagare, va! George! Oli. Anche il campano.
Vestito Armani, sappiatelo.
I cavalli in Armani, però in brada pure il lato. Come closer to the correct. Look into the camera. Right, one more.
Left side, left, get away.
Bravo, one more. Look in.
And here. That's it.
Bravo. Now we know. Okay, we can do that. We need to do that before. When you finish, don't forget about us. And looking. And one more looking. Bravo.
Come porco.
Sai ancora quel tuo mostro di cioccolato che mi avevi...
Stiamo pensando
c'è ancora come si sarà sciolto no
Alba! 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 Vedete? Give us a wave, a wave.
Scusate ragazze, potete togliermi
un po' più a sinistra, figura intera. Grazie.
Facciamo spostare la lancia se volete.
Sinistra, più a sinistra. Fantastic. Just one more look here, both of you. Yes. Bravo. Ok, siamo. Grazie ragazzi.
troviamo degli ombrelli rimaniamo.
Esatto, no.
Siamo per un quarto d'ora, qualcosa.
10 minuti.
Vabbè, se ci portate un ombrello noi siamo contenti, diciamo. Ti posso chiedere un favore? Riusciamo a stare sotto lo stesso ombrello? Certo. No, vai tranquilla.
Quest'anno ho imparato a portarmi l'ombrello.
Ma noi ne abbiamo un ufficio 2 o 3 che però non so che stiamo a trovare.
Ma sai che c'è sto cosa che non c'è il microscopio, te lo chiuderai ma...
Te lo tengo io se vuoi.
Grazie,
Così.
ne approfitto.
Vai, grazie, sei gentilissimo. No, sì, che presto. Scusami, Nicola, piacere, ciao, perché lavori su qua?
Sono freelance, in realtà, sì. Quindi faccio un po'... sono libera, non si sono libera. Più o meno chiamiamola libertà.
Sì, esatto. Ma sei di qua dentro?
No, sto a Lido, però abito qua negli anni,
ok.
quindi neanche distante, 2 ore da qua. Primo giorno ufficiale, sono già accreditata. No, veramente non so se sarei fino a sabato prossimo. Tu sei qua fino a quando?
Guarda, devo essere solo oggi. Hanno già chiesto un altro giorno e poi un altro giorno ancora.
Quindi abbiamo capito fino al...
Esatto, fino al 6 probabilmente vanno a finire così.
Dove è fuori casa, cioè non è come a Milano oggi.
Nel senso che queste notti ho trovato all'Arsenale perché chi aveva preso un alloggio per gli altri sono in tv, è tutto pieno, probabilmente un collega però deve partire perché ha una famiglia, quindi facciamo...
Sei incastrato?
Mi sono incastrato e mi hanno incastrato.
Ah, giusto.
Ora cosa si è...
25 minuti sono 5 minuti,
più che altro non conviene farli arrivare con la pioggia.
Però non so chi fosse stato, ma vogliono che qualcuno faccia foto e faccia qualcosa.
Certo.
La Franceschina no.
Forse un po'
Io mando quello poi c'è anche l'apertura che probabilmente...
ma fa 45 minuti. Possiamo dire che...
Ma tu sai per caso di qualcosa per...
No.
Penso sia pazzesco. Questo sono anche ciò che Sì, sì, ma non sono talmente fuse che per ora mi è indifferente. Aspetta. No, grazie.
No, Pilone è già uscito. Mezz'ora fa.
Ah no, che stupida la grazia, madonna. Ora arrivano. Vedi, no, non c'è capisco più niente.
Pilone è andato per la vita.
Sandra non sono persa per 5 minuti. L'hai visto prima? Ce l'ha lei adesso?
Adesso no. L'ha fatto prima.
Me l'hanno raccontato ma
fa la moralista.
no, ma ti dico, a me piace, mi piaceva anche l'outfit, però non sono una 30 anni, 35, 40, ma
Massimo. Neanche 40.
ah, perché c'è una mia amica che fanatica di moda e sfoggia questi outfit in mezzo a vita, ma non è la metà, però vedere lei a 40 anni si in quel modo non mi ricordo il nome, ma so.
Ah, ok.
Get closer to the light, just to the edge, yes. And get closer to each other. That's right, that's the people. Here we go. Looking. That's good.
Di qua.
We're better here than the red carpet. Yeah, but please sit it down because we're soaking wet. Can you look here? One. That's right. Thank you.
No, grazie.
Non lo so.
Anche verso di qua, per favore, grazie. Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Great.
Trying to get the reservation.
No? Sono tutti loro quelli che sono arrivati. No? No, ma loro sono arrivati prima. Cioè, comunque prima. No, secondo me... secondo me questa qua. Grazie mille. Ciao. Buon lavoro, grazie. Io... adesso sono come che iniziano gli altri. Adesso farò una cosa. E qui dove sta? Passiamo questo tempo.
Sono cresciuta a Roma. Adesso sta a Unita cinema in
Ok, cinema per meeting o...
cioè tutte e due solitamente il discorso più cinema, ma ci sono anche dei corsi
Che vuoi fare? Brava, certo.
non lo so.
Vuoi tornare a Roma?
Probabilmente subito dopo no.
Poi c'è il trasporto
no, solo occhio italiano, solo il fatto che da qua quello americano c'è sempre tutte e due sono
che qua a me in cosa perché non l'ho mai conosciuto
il mio è più spesso
non ho la piccola idea, la gente pensa che deve andare a pensare io sono quasi
Ma dov'è la ragazza? Cristina?
Poi quando mi fa molto caldo, comunque quando fa non è slime, vedo che questa camera qua per un sacco di batterie velocemente. Evidentemente mandando il segnale fuori
Capo! Vado via subito perché poi ci manca persone. Power e un po' di fumegata. No? Quanto stesso?
Stesso, paga sul legno.
No, su. No, dai, vai via.
Vieni via.
Sì, che sei
Appena fisso,
appena adesso, appena si trova sotto il tuo, ma se leggero, bella un'altra. Appena sì, appena però ti causa una richiesta. Esagerato. Sì, guardate bello.
Anche se mi hanno guardata in realtà.
Ragazzi, non abbiamo nessuno, vedo che saremo.
Just here, yes, where you are, yes.
Vamos, Daria, varga verde.
Good. Hold on a second, the boat will leave just here. Hold on a second. That's right. Here we go. 30, sorry. Yeah, here we go. Looking, one more. One more time for me. One for Francesca. Just one for Francesca over here. And just one for me. And one for me. Looking. Fantastic, thank you. Don't get wet. The three of you into my camera, here we go. Looking, that's right. And looking one more time. That's right. Guys, it's fantastic, don't get wet. Just one for me, just the two of you. Here we go, looking.
the house. Right, thank you.
Scusami.
Una voce che c'era poi passi dalla ormai.
Sì, ma dimmi tu. Se sento il telefono più tardi. Dimmi tu. Ah no, non l'avevo seguito.
Chiedo scusa. Comunque è previsto brutto tempo anche domani.
Venerdì sicuramente metto una giornata domani mi pareva che fosse brutto in tarda serata, però oggi doveva essere bello e per il risultato chissà se ne voglio essere
Looking backward is here. That's right. More. Pronti? Can we do a clean picture just here for us? Yes, yes, okay, right now. Looking to this camera. Fantastic. One more. One for the lady. Looking. That's right. Thank you so much. That's okay, wet.
adesso? Sicura? Credo che sta arrivando. Ok, io dico io. A dopo, grazie.
I'm serious and
Devo fargli vedere la testa.
Mi ha detto che c'ha dentro una roba una specie di
Poi ti faccio dire il carrello, guarda, ho chiamato un po' che è quello col carrellino. Il ragazzo col carrellino.
Questo qua, i bagagli che ti dai
è rimasta anche una foto per favore.
passa a me quei bagagli, perché dai sta radio, dammi il secondo, dai.
È una cassa da ne va per la sicurezza nazionale.
No, ma quello è mio, lasciamo. Trolle, quella.
Questa trolle rosso. Ah, gliela dai a lui, la mette dentro la roba. A lui. Mi torna a dire, per favore, Paolo. Un arrivo, c'è altra roba, un arrivo 337. Cercava vedete se fanno il cambio? Vedete fare il cambio
per noi direttore, grazie. Anche di qua, direttore, una anche per noi da questa parte, grazie. Qua sopra in alto, grazie, qua sopra, grazie. Martino! Martino!
Hello, we're back on AP Livestream. I'm Louise Dixon, Entertainment Editor for the AP.
And I'm Lindsay Barr, AP's film writer.
And as you can see, we've moved, we're now by the red carpet, where all the action is beginning behind us.
Yes, it is still day one of the Venice Film Festival. The weather has taken a bit of a turn. You never really know what to expect, but yes, it has started drizzling a little bit, so a lot of umbrellas are out. People are walking behind us in their sort of fancy wares, trying not to get too wet.
Excuse our frizzy hair.
Yes.
It may happen.
But, you know, we're really excited. Pretty soon on the red carpet, you know, the jury's probably going to arrive, followed by, you know,
the opening film.
Followed by the
La
opening
Grazia,
film,
so,
the cast of La Grazia.
So Paolo Sorrentino, Tony Servillo, they'll be on that carpet
Yes.
later. And probably like local dignitaries, a few influencers, some Italian stars.
Probably
it's a big old mix, isn't it?
Armani beauty sponsors, things like that. Yeah, sometimes there's always somebody on the Venice red carpet who you're like, wait, they're very famous, why are they here?
Yeah.
Often they're related to a sponsor. So how the red carpet works, it's kind of a little funny because the fancy people get driven from the Hotel Excelsior, which is probably less than a football's length from the actual red carpet, but they get driven in the car sponsor of the festival and then just let out at the red carpet.
I could walk that in a minute.
Yeah, exactly. One of the things we were noticing, you know, sometimes on fancy red carpets, the Oscars, you know, they will tent it. They know if rain's going to be in the forecast, and we were just noticing that this red carpet does not seem to be tented. So I wonder if people will be having their own personal umbrella carriers or anything along those lines.
And you can probably see, you might be able to see behind the back of some of the photographers and stuff, they all have to wear black tie for these carpets. So it's not just the stars that are all dressed up, they have to look smart too, just to make sure the whole carpet looks nice. So you'll see, you know, they're all dressed up, and they have to get there very early, as we're all still like more than an hour away from the end of this carpet. So they'll be, you know, arriving from now, and soon there'll be some cars arriving, I imagine. But at the moment, as you say, people are walking down and walking in, aren't they?
Walking in. But today turned into a pretty exciting day, sort of unexpectedly. So we've been talking about, you know, all the Hollywood stars that are coming during the week. You know, tomorrow we're supposed to see George Clooney, Emma Stone, lots of big Hollywood stars, but actually we saw some of them today.
We did.
Boats. Yeah.
We had a surprise. Yeah, we had a surprise visit from George Clooney.
Yeah.
So he had appeared at the Excelsior, which is the sort of one 5-star hotel that kind of exists on the Lido, and it's where most guests kind of arrive at the point they arrive at, and then from there they often get another boat or they get a car to be ferried around the island. So we assume he was doing some press here today, like early press, as he's not due on the Lido till tomorrow for his press conference and his premiere. So we're guessing he was doing doing press. So he turned up along with most of his co-stars, Adam Sandler.
Yeah, Laura Dern.
Yeah,
Billy Crudup. So all of them are starring in a brand new film from Noah Baumbach called J. Kelly. It's a Netflix film. It's sort of a comedic drama about a middle-aged actor going on a soul-searching journey through Europe with his manager, who's played by Adam Sandler. And that's one of the 21 films playing in competition.
And they were probably going into that hotel to do a junket, so there'll be lots of journalists sitting around waiting for their 5 minutes that they might get with that star. And it's a quick turnaround. So you're waiting outside, you go in, do your 5 minutes, and then you get shunted off out, and that's it, you're done. So we imagine that's why he's here.
And we can definitely expect to see them again tomorrow several times. First as they arrive for the press conferences sometime in the afternoon, and then later for the premiere. So yeah, this is just a bonus Clooney. So that's sort of the fun of Venice, because while there is the official schedule, the official press conferences, you kind of never know where people are going to turn up and when they're going to turn up.
Yeah, and then obviously we also had the scheduled events today. So we had the jury press conference, which you can go back and watch again on our live stream. It should be there. And you can also see their arrivals, and then the same for the opening film. We had that arrival as well. And now you can hear there's obviously people arriving behind me. It's getting a bit noisier on the carpet.
Yeah, the jury press conference was interesting. So Alexander Payne is the president of the jury this year. They change up the juries every year. It's always some combination of international filmmakers and actors. Fernando Torres is also on the jury this year. But, Alexander Payne was talking about how he's been to Venice before, but he kind of doesn't remember it. He was here with the film. He didn't say which one. And he said it was just sort of a whirlwind 36 hours, and he feels like he didn't really even get to experience the festival, which, we see all these stars, but we don't really think about what their experience is, because sometimes they're just in, they're out, and then they go on to another major fall film festival like Telluride or Toronto, and they don't even really get to experience Venice besides stopping at the press conference and posing on the red carpet. So he said that this time he arrived and he was just very excited. He feels basically like he's in heaven. He said soon after he arrived at his hotel, he was seated next to Francis Ford Coppola watching a restoration of a 1920s silent film. And just what a dream.
And I'm wondering, we're obviously seeing the red carpet tonight. Have you got some favourite carpets that you remember over the years? You've done it a few times now, as have I.
From Venice?
Yeah.
Or any red carpets?
No,
yeah,
Venice
from
carpets.
Venice. How can we talk about Venice red carpets without talking about Timothée Chalamet and his Hader Ackerman backless jumpsuit? Yeah, it was really quite a moment.
I was remembering today the COVID years, which you didn't come to because it was hard to travel at that point and you couldn't travel from the US. But we were here and they had some very interesting. Tilda Swinton came on one of the carpets in this sort of gold sculptured mask. I mean, it had holes in, so it wasn't going to be that effective. But the point was that it was a stunning look, and there were some really interesting things that year. Even though there was, obviously fewer stars and there was less people there. Yeah. But that was an interesting one.
The year after that was sort of like it's starting to be a return to form. There were still masks and everything like that. But that was the year that Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck made their big red carpet debut as a couple again. Obviously that went another way, but that was just one of those big Hollywood star moments, and it was so exciting. They were looking so glamorous that night, and just such amazing photos. They really do, even though press doesn't talk to the stars on the red carpet, they really make for some nice moments.
And I wonder if Amal will be coming tomorrow, because she doesn't do that many carpets, but she does come, and she has definitely been with him in Venice. I remember her coming the Suburbicon. I think she came, and it was the first appearance after the twins.
Yeah.
So she likes Venice, so we might see her with him. Another couple on the carpet this week, maybe.
A few years ago, Florence Pugh brought her grandmother on the red carpet, which was so cute. Sort of amid all of that silly "Don't Worry, Darling" drama and intrigue. Florence Pugh just seemed to be having a great time. Walking, taking her grandma around, showing her off to the press. So you never quite know what's going to happen. I mean, Clooney always puts on a show, right?
Yeah, always. He'll be shaking some hands, I'm sure, and taking some photos.
Does he pose with the photographers too? I think he did that last year.
He's definitely done it. He's done it in Cannes. I'm pretty sure he's done it here. Yeah, that's another good thing. And then what with these premieres in Venice, do they do the standing ovations? I think they do. With Cannes, it's a big thing, isn't it, to count how many minutes each film gets.
Yes. I was just looking up. I think that the record standing ovation was actually for the Golden Lion winner last year, which was Pedro Almodovar's The Room Next Door, and they got either a 17 or 18-minute standing ovation. There's always, I don't know exactly how whoever times it, but do you wait till the last person who's seated
I don't know.
sits down or stops clapping?
I do sometimes think you're at an advantage if you have a large cast, because they clap each cast member. Especially in Cannes. In Cannes, they tend to the camera pans along the line of the cast, and everyone continues to clap. So if you've got 10 people in the cast, you're likely to have a longer clap than if you've got. So we'll have to see what happens here. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but the festival is kicking off tonight with an Italian filmmaker in Paolo Sorrentino, and then we have lots of Hollywood. Should we go over the schedule just to so that
and of course all of these will be live on AP Livestream. We'll have all the press conferences and all of the main carpets each day this week, so you can tune back in and have a look at those. But tomorrow tomorrow's a 2-film day, really, like a 2 big film day, isn't it? So we have Begonia, which I'm very excited about, and then Jay Kelly, which is the Clooney film, which you mentioned a bit, I think, already. But
and please let us know in the comments if there's anybody you want to hear about in particular, stars you're interested in, films, filmmakers, because there's a lot going on at Venice. It's not all about the main competition or what people are wearing on the red carpet. It's about all of these things. That's what makes film festivals fun. But Begonia is the Yorgos Lanthimos film with Emma Stone. It's sort of a sci-fi black dystopian comedy about conspiracy-minded people who kidnap a pharma CEO, and Emma Stone plays the pharma CEO. Oh, because they think she's an alien too. So, I'm sure it's going to be funny and irreverent. It's a remake of a South Korean film, but I haven't seen. But
I'm excited to see that.
Yes.
And then the next day we have After the Hunt, which is the Julia Roberts, which is her debut at Venice, which we're surprised at because both of us thought she must have been here before, but no.
No, very surprising. Yeah, Julia Roberts making her Venice Film Festival debut, and in a film that has a lot of great buzz around it. It's a Luca Guadagnino film, and he's no stranger to the Venice Film Festival. He's been here with Queer. Last year he had. Did he have challengers last year? Sorry, I'm getting a little bit.
They did get muddled up.
They did get muddled up, but obviously Venice loves Luca, and this is a film that the festival wanted to be in the main competition, but the studio and the filmmaker, I guess, sort of said that they would rather it just play out of competition because they're confident in it and it's strong. But this is a film that has a lot of, Luca Guadagnino regulars like Chloe Sevigny, Michael Stuhlbarg, and also Andrew Garfield and Ayo Edebiri. So it's sort of a psychodrama that should be really fun to watch.
I'm definitely looking forward to seeing that tomorrow. And then, of course, Frankenstein, Saturday. Big Saturday.
Yeah, Frankenstein. And Frankenstein is a Netflix film. It's a big budget Guillermo del Toro, adaptation of Mary Shelley's classic, which he has been wanting to do basically his whole career and just has been working up towards this moment. So he has Oscar Isaac starring as the Doctor and Jacob Elordi playing Frankenstein's monster, which is fun because Jacob Elordi is actually 6'5". Do you remember him on the Priscilla red carpet?
Yes, I do. I remember I interviewed him that year actually here for that. He's kind of he's so tall.
So
you don't realise until you kind of stand face to face with him. But we'll see him at Tux on Saturday, and that'll be nice. We'll all be able to enjoy him and all that cast.
Yeah. I'm sure it's going to be a visual feast, so that should be really exciting. One thing about Venice is the way the days work is press and industry sees the films in the morning, and then we are not allowed to talk about it until it premieres. But usually I think it's the moment when a film starts, the film premiere starts, then the reviews start coming out. So
you better get ready for your one tonight.
Yeah, get ready for it. Thankfully I'm just writing articles, not reviews out of this festival, so that's a bonus. But
and then after that on Sunday we have Wizard of the Kremlin, which I am very interested to see because we have Jude Law in a quite unusual role, I'd say.
Yes, he's playing Vladimir Putin. It's a fictionalized story, I think, about is Paul Dano starring alongside him in that
that's
film?
Right. Yeah, that's right.
It's Olivier Assayas, and it should be interesting, but it's also very, very long.
Yes, the films this year are long.
Yeah.
I mean, I like a nice 90 minutes myself.
Yeah.
Over 2 hours, it needs to be really good.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I did a very geeky calculation earlier, and it's actually 123 minutes, the average for competition films. So that's over 2 hours.
Yeah, that's
so we're going to spend a lot of time in the cinema this week.
So much time in the
Which
cinema.
is fine
and
if they're
the
good.
weather is like this, what better place to be? So
I think the longest one is Wizard of the Kremlin, which I think comes in at 156 minutes. So yeah, you really need to get settled down, get the popcorn, get your drinks in.
And then after that, on Monday, is The Smashing Machine, which stars Dwayne Johnson, and he is another first-timer at the Venice Film Festival. Perhaps not as surprising as Julia Roberts, though, right? Yeah. But this is Dwayne Johnson's sort of first big prestige movie, and he's playing MMA fighter Mark Kerr. Emily Blunt's playing his wife. It's directed by Benny Safdie, who is one part of the directing duo who did Uncut Gems. And the buzz is strong. The festival director was saying that when he saw the first look images, he thought, oh, maybe that it would be a good film to program out of competition just to get, you know, some stars here. And then they saw it and they were like, oh, it's strong enough to be competing with, you know, some of the biggest filmmakers out there. So I'm excited to see that.
I'm already expecting the looks on the carpet. I feel like Venice is, I mean, it is super glam. They're all really glam and they're all really dressed up, but you kind of get a bit more of a mix at Venice. I feel like Cannes is a bit more classic. You get like a very classic look often. In Venice, sometimes people, as we've talked with Chalamet, sometimes people are a little bit more experimental and you might get something a little bit more edgy, I feel like.
Maybe. And also I don't think Venice has any sort of rule like Cannes implemented this year. I mean, Cannes, right, the voluminous dresses and naked dresses were banned at Cannes.
Yeah.
And Venice doesn't have that, so maybe people have saved all of their voluminous and naked dresses for the Venice red carpet.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see what we'll see what happens.
Yeah,
but it's nice. I mean, you know, we all like to see what they turn up and what they're wearing on the carpet.
Another film that I'm super excited about is A House of Dynamite, and
of course, I forgot. That's Tuesday. I think that was on Tuesday. That's later
Tuesday.
in the festival, isn't it?
And that is Catherine Bigelow's first film since 2017. It's a Netflix film. Not too much is known about it. It's about an impending missile strike on the White House, and Idris Elba and Rebecca Ferguson are in it. So that should be a really exciting one to watch.
Okay. What's your top? If you had to put in order of the ones you're most excited about in the moment, what are you thinking?
Oh gosh, you can't put this on me. I have a list of 12, and I did not rank them purposefully.
Okay.
But, you know, some of them are, you know, not playing in competition too. Actually, Venice has a really, really strong documentary section too, including one by one of my favorite filmmakers. She's no stranger to Venice. Sofia Coppola has her first documentary, and it is on her friend Mark Jacobs. So it's called Mark by Sophia, and it sort of talks about just his rise and how they came to know each other in the early 90s in New York, and so that's what I'm really excited about. And there's another Coppola-themed documentary as well, which is called Megadoc, and it is about the making of Francis Ford Coppola's very expensive epic, maybe a flop, Megalopolis, and just a real behind-the-scenes look from a filmmaker, Mike Piggis, and he talks to everybody, Shia LaBeouf, you know, and I think
that'll be interesting.
It's definitely going to be an interesting one. So anybody who's interested in filmmaking and fashion, like there's so much out there.
There's Kim Novak as well for Vertigo, isn't it? She's getting an award, and I think there's a documentary about that too.
Yes, Kim Novak, the iconic actress from Vertigo. She is the subject of a documentary that she participated in, Kim Novak's Vertigo, and she's being honored with a Golden Lion, as is Werner Herzog, who has a film here as well called Ghost Elephants.
And then of course there's 21 films competing. They all have a chance to show their film this week, and then the jury will deliberate, and at some point towards the end they decide on their winner. And you know, the Golden Lion is the top prize, but there's a jury prize, there's prizes for acting, so they'll be watching all week.
Screenwriting, and oftentimes these winners either go on to get Oscar nominations or wins.
Yeah, great. Well, it's been lovely to be back with you today and enjoy out the rest of our coverage. We have daily coverage coming up for the rest of this weekend into next week, so you can see all these carpets we've talked about, all these press conferences, you can hear more about these films, and we can go and watch them.
qua di fronte, grazie. Silvia, da sopra, grazie. Eccomi qua. Grazie. Prego, non taglia me. Chi c'è ancora? Chi c'è ancora? Chi sono? Chi te che piccio? Dov'è? Ok, via. Ok, mettete i rossi, quanti c'è? Ok. Siete arrivati? For me, please, thank you. One more. One for me, okay? You want to stay?
Macchine pronte da Rocket Celsius, pronte a partire?
secondo questa estetica, ragazzi, un secondo. Ehi, over your shoulder, ehi.
Ciao, ci vediamo dopo.
Ma sarà una sorpresa, io pago l'ultimo giorno e mi se no mi involontiero.
Over here. Marty. Guarda, girati adesso. Io. Turn around. Over here. And over here one more time. Go. Here. Turn around. Straight face me. Face off. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around.
Molto bene.
Qua.
Come back. Guarda, due o tre che mi comprano il foto,
Sta lì, fino alle pomeriggio.
Stop there, turn around. Turn around. Stop. Stop over here. Turn around. Stop, turn around. Stop there, turn around. Hello, for the money. Sir. Sir. Turn around. Stop. Stop.
Non mi viene il nome, ma
Fernanda! Alexander, you're on the top. Over your shoulder! Faglielo rifare!
Fare la foto insieme.
Ma non è di ragionare. Lei non fa parte di ragionare.
No,
perché questo che non capisco.
Ah, perché è entrata adesso, invece è arrivata tardi.
Andate su. Alexander, you're on the top, please. Alexander, work for us. Marino, si può far togliere il cappello rosso?
Poi sul marchio della Nike. Mani di ritirano in faccia. Sorry.
Del coglione col cappello. Scusa, veramente.
Poi col simbolo della Nike in bella vista. Col bel simbolo della Nike poi in bella vista.
Già l'anno scorso distrutto il voluto là che metteva il 300.
Ah sì, in piedi, brutto.
Cazzo, c'è tutte le foto sullo sfondo. Ho chiamato di negativamente, ascolta, sai, la vita bacana.
Barbara, dimmi. Top secret.
Cristiano.
Vediamo se riusciamo a finire perché gli sa non sta nel film.
qua sopra, di fronte a te. Linda, qua sopra. Brava, qua di fronte. Linda, qua di fronte. Anche di qua, grazie.
I'm live.
Ah, so.
Hey, Tony!
Siete? Sacco io? Just a bit. Davanti a voi! Davanti!
Anna Paolo! Anna Paolo!
Je suis un peu comme